Good morning. Let us all pray. Almighty and eternal Father, we want to give you thanks and praise for another moment of the Youth Parliament. Father, even at this time, Father, we ask you to grant your traveling mercies upon the remainder of those persons who are on their way. We even pray, Father, for a little baby, even as the parent were on their way here, Father, who was involved in an accident. But we ask you, O God, in the name of Jesus, that there is no injuries even to that child or to that mother at this time. Father, we are asked, oh Father, this morning even to pray for our Mr. O'Brien Smith, Father, Lord, who have put everything together and lay everything aside to help, Lord, even with this Youth Parliament. We ask you, Lord, that you would even touch him now from the crown of his head down to the sole of his feet, and his body come back into full alignment. Father, I ask you right now even to touch every leader of this country, from the president down to the prime minister, even every leader that is here, God, that continues to encourage the youth to go forward. Father, remember each and every youth. We know how this society is going, but Father, these are a select few. And I ask you, O God, that you would continue to guide them with your grace and your mercy, and that this Youth Parliament be another successful one. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Parliament is now in session.
Good morning. Announcement by His Honor the Speaker. Messages from Her Excellency the President. Petitions, papers, government notices, private members' notices, notices of questions, reports from selected committees, first reading of bills, statement by Minister IS, congratulatory and or obituary speeches, personal explanations, motions for leave of absence, or will replace the questions, notices, motions for the adjournment of the House on matters of urgent public importance, orders of the day. In the name of the Honorable Prime Minister and the Leader of Government Business, to move the passing of a resolution that the Barbados National Youth Parliament, that the Ministry of Health and Wellness, in collaboration with relevant stakeholders, including the Barbados Nurses Association, medical professionals, educators, and the private sector, develop and implement a comprehensive healthcare reform plan that addresses the identified challenges and solutions. 2. The Barbados National Youth Parliament urges the Ministry of Health and Wellness to consider the following recommendations relative to the healthcare reform plan. A. Increase investment in agriculture and nutrition. Allocate funds to improve affordable healthy diet options through national budget allocation, international grants, or public-private partnerships. B. To enhance technological integration in healthcare. Accelerate the digitization of health information systems, leveraging the $8 million grant from the Inter-American Development Bank and the European. C. To expand medical tourism. Develop and market Barbados as a health tourism destination by investing in a range of medical services, including cosmetic procedures and advanced surgeries, to diversify the economy and to improve healthcare standards. D. To develop a nurse well-being and retention program. This program will address the specific needs and concerns of nurses by providing on-site wellness facilities, childcare assistance, improved work-life balance initiatives, and recognition and reward programs. These measures aim to enhance nurse well-being, retention, and career development, fostering a more supportive and fulfilling work environment.
Good morning to our judges, our specially invited guests, Mr. Neil Clark, Chief Executive Officer, and Mr. Anthony Harris, the Director of Medical Services. We are honored to have you here for this debate. Good morning as well to the honorable members of the House from both the government and the opposition. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, judges, as we meet today, I wish to express my hearty congratulations to Ms. Sarah Bizram. She received a Barbados Government exhibition and the America's Undergraduate Excellence Award at the University of Nottingham, which is reserved for international students who have shown academic achievement and a great passion for their area of study. She's using it to study her LLB law program at the University of Nottingham in the UK and is hoping to eventually specialize in international law. Special congratulations also goes out to us as the House. The Barbados National Youth Parliament has been selected to serve on the Citizen Security. The government of Barbados has agreed and they will establish an advisory council on citizen security. This council is intended to enable persons from the widest possible ownership within the society to come together and consider what to do in order to ensure that Barbados has not only fallen down a rabbit hole of insecurity, but is able to right itself and ensure that our days going forward is a lot more secure and with the persons within our society in mind. And this is also in response, in particular, to the assault weapons and automatic weapons being used as well. With that being said, I would like to recognize a leader of government business, Mr. Kishan Waldron.
Testing.
Order in the House.
Okay, the mic is on, right? Perfect.
We can hear you.
I don't want to hold the mic. Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, honorable members, and good morning to the specially invited guests. Mr. Speaker, as a Barbadian, I have experienced the challenges that exist within the healthcare system. And within the healthcare system, the three major challenges that we address in the resolution are as follows. The first major challenge that we face within the healthcare system is the vast and quickly rising number of persons in Barbados with non-communicable diseases. According to the World Bank, in 2021, it was estimated that up to 83% of preventable deaths are directly related to non-communicable diseases. In addition to that, it is estimated that up to 70% of the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, as well as the Barbados Drug Service, is being consumed by persons with non-communicable diseases. 70% of their budget is being consumed. The second major challenge that we face in the health sector, Mr. Speaker, is the increased strain being put on the already limited financial resources that we have. And this is due to primarily our aging population in combination with the rise that we see in non-communicable diseases. The last major challenge that we face within the healthcare sector is the slow yet constant decline in the number of nurses we have, not just within Barbados, but also the wider Caribbean region. Inside of a journal titled Human Resources for Health, there is a research article titled Caribbean Nurse Migration, a scoping review. And the most important takeaway from that research article states, there is a 40% nurse vacancy rate within the Caribbean. And that highlights the level of brain drain that we are facing within the Caribbean today, not just within Barbados. But today, we gather not to focus on the problems, but we gather to focus on the necessary solutions for healthcare reform. It is also important to note that as we gather here today, we gather not just as a government or just as an opposition, but we gather as a youth parliament to share the necessary ideas, initiatives, rules, and regulations necessary for true healthcare reform. It is also important to note that as we gather here today as youth parliamentarians, what we suggest is not just for the youth. What we suggest today is not only for the current population, but what we would suggest today is for the implementation of the ideas that will benefit the future generations that come after we are long gone. In order to address the issue of pulling from already limited financial resources, one of the solutions to this problem is to expand the resources on which we can currently pull from. It is a well-known fact that Barbados is heavily reliant on the sun and sand tourism industry. So much so that according to a study done by the World Travel and Tourism Council, it states that up to 14% of the gross domestic product of Barbados is tied directly to tourism. And what that means is that, for example, if there was a natural disaster worse than Hurricane Beryl that develops and hit us directly, it would immediately lead to the loss of millions. And in addition to that, you would see the further loss of millions, since the tourists who come primarily for the sun and sand tourism industry, they would still come, but in much reduced numbers. And it is based upon that scenario that we, the youth parliamentarians, see it fit to invest within the medical tourism industry. And by investing in the medical tourism industry, we would see the benefits of improved economic resilience as well as improved health procedures and standards. To understand the value of the medical tourism industry, there is a research article titled Tourism with Benefits. And in this research article, in 2012 alone, it was estimated that the medical tourism industry was valued at $6.9 billion US. But now today, in 2024, it is estimated that this market is valued at over $24 billion, with some of the most notable destinations being from Singapore, Thailand, and India, which I want you to know are far in the east. The unique advantage that Barbados has lies in our proximity to the current target market of persons seeking medical tourism. They primarily tend to come from areas such as North America, Central America, some parts of South America, as well as England. And as it is currently set up, they have to pass over the Caribbean region in order to reach those destinations. So by Barbados investing within medical tourism industry, one of the main advantages that we have is alone based on our proximity. Instead of having to travel halfway across the world in order to get a medical procedure, you can make a short stop in the Caribbean and save up on countless hours that you would spend in transit. And in addition to that, we have an existing market that we can pull from. The persons who currently come here primarily for the sun and sand tourism have now yet another reason to visit Barbados. And in doing so, we can again create economic resilience. And throughout the scope of this debate, my members will expand upon exactly what and how we can invest within the medical tourism industry. The second challenge that I would have mentioned is the rise in the number of persons with non-communicable diseases. And there have already been a number of initiatives implemented in order to address this problem. And it is also important that we recognize that fact. One of those would be the 20% sugar tax, primarily on sweetened beverages. And for those who may not be 100% familiar with it, essentially the purpose of that tax was not to get rid of persons consuming sweet drinks, but the primary purpose of that tax was to reduce the amount of sugar that is consumed within one sitting. And from that perspective, it was successful. But in addition to that, as we strive to make unhealthy foods less accessible, it is equally important that we make healthier foods more accessible. And on that note, that is why we call for the increased investment within agriculture. And this can be seen whether it be in the form of a subsidy on various healthy products, whether they be fruits and vegetables. But one of the additional ways that we can make healthy foods more accessible is to transform something that we have right now called the Weed Planting Initiative. Essentially what the Weed Planting Initiative is something undertaken by Barbados in order to plant more trees, primarily for shade, as well as to combat climate change. So one of the adjustments that needs to be made to this initiative now is that there should still be the planting of trees, but of more fruit trees. As we would have seen up to last week by Roberts Manufacturing, they would have visited the St. George Primary School and have planted fruit trees within the school. That way, not now, but in the future, those children have less access to the processed foods and more access to the processed foods. Other way around. And essentially, by making that adjustment, making unhealthy foods less accessible and making healthy foods more accessible, we can see a further decline in the number of persons with non-communicable diseases. The last thing that I want to touch on is the decline, the steady and constant decline in the number of nurses we have, not just within Barbados, but as I mentioned before, the entire Caribbean region. Again, there is a 40% nurse vacancy rate across the Caribbean. And this is due primarily to one, the under-appreciation of nurses within this profession, as well as the heavy workload that is being placed upon these professionals due to the aging population and, again, the non-communicable diseases. That is why within the resolution, we again mentioned that there needs to be a program which specifically benefits the nurses in the form of well-being initiatives as well as reward programs. To lightly touch on this solution, what it would involve is various initiatives, whether it be childcare assistance, reward programs, and well-being initiatives. Because it is by improving the working environment of the nurses and creating a more fulfilling environment that it in turn creates better patient care as well as a more resilient
you have 1 minute remaining.
healthcare
Please begin to wrap up
system.
your address. 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. As I conclude, Mr. Speaker, we have recognized the shortcomings of the healthcare system. And what we have now is the opportunity to address those problems and implement the necessary solutions in order to create a more resilient healthcare system. By improving the working conditions in which the nurses work, by implementing and improving the accessibility of healthy foods, by investing within medical tourism, as our members will expand upon throughout this debate, we can make the healthcare system great again. With that, Mr. Speaker, I am obliged.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Recognizing the Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Nathan Paul Simpson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I a bit emotional today, sir, because and sir, the government laughed, sir, because they came in with concepts of a plan, sir, and then asked for us, the Leader of Business, sir, spoke so eloquently, sir, on a number of issues which are critical issues in which we face in our society. But, sir, I digress from there because I really want to speak, sir, to the issues we have in our healthcare system, not necessarily the hospital, the polyclinics, sir, but in our mindsets. In changing and reforming healthcare, there needs to be a change in our mindset. How many more, sir, of us must carry this load of a burdensome healthcare system, sir? But when I say that, I must say this. There is this notion, and we would have actually visited the hospital and the polyclinics last week, and it was mentioned that persons come to the hospital for issues just like they told her they come to the hospital, and for me that is an issue where we need to look at. And sir, if you permit me, sir, I can be for about 30 seconds. I can be very real with you, sir. You put her away during the hospital. The polyclinic is for that, and I say it in that way because they want us to understand that we have to change. The change has to start with us. It is good to say yes, we change the hospital. We want to change how the polyclinics run, but change comes with us first. There needs to be introspection on how we conduct ourselves in the healthcare system, sir. I wanted to really address an issue for me which I think is a critical one, and it is the behavior of us, because all of us at some point goes to, whether it's the polyclinic, the hospital, the doctor's office, in terms of the way in which we conduct ourselves. I think that is important because and I must say, before I get back there, that our nurses and our doctors, sir, do an excellent job. I must say they put in more than any of us would do, because I certainly been doing it. I am being real, sir, I certainly been doing it. But then the behavior that we as society give to them, sir, it is not right. There's no way of going to a hospital, and because, mind you, you're too hurt, you're coming to hospital, and the man next to me got a gunshot, and you telling me a doctor must come and seal her foot first before you look at the man with the gunshot. That is not the place for hospitals. Sir. Go to a polyclinic. Matter of fact, I used to foot and go home, I'm telling you. That is my personal opinion, sir. But getting back to the point I was making, is that we are responsible for the outcome that we get. I would have actually, although I don't like these places, I actually would have visited the polyclinic a while back, and the nurses obviously doing their job came out, that kind of stuff. And the person who was next to me, I can't use the words they said to the nurse, but the manner in which they behaved towards the nurse was one for concern. Because I'm supposed to help you, you cursing at me or shouting at me or throwing things at me, how am I supposed to help you? But yes, obviously this is their job, they still do it. But the point I'm trying to make is this. We are looking at the wait times in the hospital and the in the polyclinics, but we are not looking at the issues that the nurses go through daily. Sometimes the abuse they go through daily. I'm telling you, it is not easy. It is not, for lack of better words, sir, I don't know if they are looking to do what Jesus did when he stood on the cross, but and to bear those lashes, sir, it is concerning for me that we look here at all the other things that have here, medical tourism, all the other areas which would have been touched in the resolution, which I will go to shortly, without looking at the society on a whole and changing the mindset of our society. Change starts, as I said, sir, change starts with us. And that is what I want us to understand. Just like when we spoke about education last time, a member would have mentioned the same point. To change the education system, we have to change the way in how we receive from it. We have to change the way in what we expect from it. Because, sir, I shouldn't say, but I'm going to say, we burden the healthcare system, sir, that shouldn't be burdened. All the other things, the funds and my team will come to later on in the debate. But we are the problem, sir. I need to be very frank. We are the problems. We going to the hospital. We are expecting yes quality service, which is fine. But we are expecting to be given the world and the angels and the heavens when we ourselves, first of all, don't understand what the healthcare system is used for, and I think it has also to do with sometimes the treatment you get at the polyclinics. I can understand that because so short the staff, you are working 40 hours straight. I would be a bit on edge too. But I wanted to really speak to the mindset, sir, of us and how we conduct ourselves. Mr. Speaker, I was hoping for the leader of business, sir, to really expand on his opening as to what he presented here in the resolution. But the opposition, sir, has come with an alternative plan because this one, as Donald Trump would say, is a concept of a plan. It is not, yes, it's a start. We acknowledge it's a start. But I think we know more needs to be done and we expect more to be done. So, sir, today the opposition has, rightfully so, come with ideas, come with a solution-based proposal, sir, as to how we believe we can change our healthcare system, not only in the way of our conduct, in the way of our behavior, but in terms of finances, our nurses, our staff. Sir, the opposition, sir, has come today to join this important fight in reforming our healthcare system. For too long, sir, there has been a drastic problem with healthcare. From before Adam and Eve was alive, I was in Garden of Eden, healthcare had an issue. And they didn't eat the apple yet, so there was nothing to go to the hospital for, and there was nothing to be sick about, but that's how long healthcare would have had the issues.
Honorable member, you have 1 minute remaining.
I can land depending on 1 minute, sir. But I made that point to end by saying this. It is our responsibility, not only us standing here, but those of us outside, those of us who will watch this, to be a part of the transformation that we wish to see in this world. Be a part of the change that is necessary to bring this outcome. My final 30 seconds point is that I am scared to start to go to the hospital. As my grandmother was saying, "Man, killing me."
Honorable member, please wrap up.
Yes, this is my last statement, sir. I usually go to the hospital for somebody to kill me, so I need the government to come with a plan fast, sir, before we lose many souls.
Honorable member, your time has
you,
elapsed. Please have a seat.
I was done.
Recognizing the Prime Minister.
Wanna show?
Madam Prime Minister, you have the floor.
Oh, come on, yeah, baby.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, specially invited guests. Good morning, honorable members. And let me say happy National Youth Week. Y'all look surprised. So as we know, we're celebrating National Youth Week, and the theme for this week is acknowledging excellence and inspiring youth. And I want to take this time to thank the honorable members who reminded us last week in a different space that we are the Barbados National Youth Parliament. And I know that we're the Barbados National Youth Parliament, but the reason that I say thank you is because it made me think. It made me think about who we are and why we are here and why the Barbados National Youth Parliament exists. And I reminded myself of just the 2 reasons from the long list that we are here. And that is to be a voice for young people, and we're here to be advocates. But my question is, who are we speaking to when we come here to debate? So today I want to provide some practical solutions to those watching online and those in the gallery. Because it goes beyond dressing fancy and big words, but we need, as Barbados National Youth Parliament, I believe, to provide practical solutions that people can walk away with when listening to us. Right, so my goal today is to be heard by policymakers, stakeholders, and those who have the power to invest in youth. And today I want to encourage Barbadians to invest in youth, particularly through investment in agriculture. And you can see that outlined in the resolution in Section A. Mr. Speaker, I believe that we need to go beyond campaigns and jingles and jumping jacks and all the other solutions that have been provided. And when I say, okay, let me not say that. We must move towards practical, tangible solutions that engage our youth daily. So my proposal today is to invest in initiatives that support youth's interest in agriculture and programs that teach young people about composting, waste management, hydroponics, aquaponics, and all the practical and hands-on activities that are related to the space of agriculture. And specifically, the things that we can propose within our schools and homes. And you will hear me talk later on about home gardens. So notice that I say invest and not create. Because we have many programs. we have many, I'm getting distracted with the opposition leader. He tends to do that. Right. Because we have many programs, and it isn't something that's foreign to us, and that's why I say invest, because we have many programs. And what I'm saying that what we need to do is to invest in the programs that we have already to strengthen them. We have the 4-H clubs. When we were going to school, we have Brownies and Cub Scouts. And those students in those programs were actively involved in some form of agriculture, whether it was for a badge, whether it's for activity, they were involved in some form of agriculture. So we don't need to reinvent the wheel. What we need is investment to expand and sustain these initiatives and more. So let me be clear, we are talking about children that are as young as 7 years old who have gone through these programs. So what it says to us is that children 7 and younger wait, hold on. I'm so excited. What it says to us is that children 7 years and under are not too young to participate in agriculture. After all, 12.2% of Barbadian children under 5 years old are overweight, according to the UNICEF report on childhood overweight on the rise 2023. So this shows the urgency of introducing healthy eating habits from an early age. I want to talk about the role of the public and private partnerships that is mentioned within the resolution. The reason I started by saying that I want to speak to those who have the power to invest in our young people is because everyone has the power to invest. And investment does not solely come from the government or policymakers. As mentioned in Section A, public and private partnerships are essential. Imagine local businesses like a tire shop donating tires to primary schools, for sustainable small-scale gardens, for students to learn about sustainable farming techniques. So it goes beyond the teachers, the general science teachers, putting bean seeds in a cup of paper and watching it grow. We want our students to learn about the basics of growing plants, but also about the science behind agriculture and healthy living. Outside of the primary schools, there are also some things being done within the secondary schools, and we want that greater investment is done there also. We know there are schools that have school gardens, and I know of a school where the students started the garden and they were able to sell some of the produce from the garden. So these are things that when I'm asking the Barbadian people, the regular people, like the toy shops, who might think that they don't have a say within the healthcare reform, those are simple, practical ways that they could give back to their country to fix the issue of NCDs. And we can come back to that point. But if we are serious about acknowledging and encouraging youth excellence, we must recognize that investment and encouragement goes hand in hand. And you will hear me keep saying investment. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to bring it back to the point of NCDs and the need for healthcare reform. The focus of my proposal is on prevention, because if we truly want a healthier Barbados, we must invest in teaching healthy living from an early age. It is not enough to introduce reactionary measures like taxing sugary drinks, and I'm not saying that is not important, but while those policies have their place, our goal should be to raise citizens who are self-sufficient, can grow their own foods, and can make healthier choices, not because unhealthy options are expensive, but because they understand the long-term effects of drinking these drinks. By engaging youth in agriculture and nutrition early on, we are equipping them with the knowledge and the practical skills to prioritize their health. This kind of proactive education can reduce the burden on our healthcare system, and that's why I say I'm coming back to the NCDs, because it's all linked together. So you might be wondering, this sounds like education. It is education, but it is education that reflects back to our numbers and NCDs, because the lifestyles that our young people have is what is causing them to develop these NCDs.
Madam Prime Minister, your time has elapsed. Please begin to wrap up.
Thank you very much. My final point would be on this. Communities. Another thing that we want to see is these same gardens within communities. Imagine a community where the members of the community can come together and create a community garden and go back to the same garden and reap what they have sown. Because my time is short, I will say it quickly. These are the things that we as the Barbados National Youth Parliament should be putting forward to policymakers and to people watching and to people listening, that they have practical ways, that they can move forward on the issue of health, and particularly NCDs. This is my final point.
Madam Prime Minister, your time has grossly elapsed. I'm going to implore you to please put an end to this speech. Parliament must continue.
Okay, thank you. The last thing I will say is that last week I said that we are now buying akis on the road and buying breadfruits. What we want to see is what we want to see in our communities is that Susie and Joshua and Nathan can ask their neighbor for a golden apple or aki instead of having to go into the supermarket or pay the man on the highway $5 for akis. I rest my case. I'm obliged to you.
Leader of Opposition Business, you have the floor.
Thank you, sir. We are here to debate a matter that is critical to the very foundation of the Barbadian society, healthcare reform. And yet, there are serious issues affecting our health sector that have not been addressed in this resolution. Barbados is experiencing a declining vaccination rate amongst our infants. The resolution does not speak to this. We are experiencing a critical shortage of nursing personnel because our nurses are finding greater opportunities elsewhere. And beyond this, there is a shortage of necessary materials and in some instances, absence of equipment that are required for basic treatment approaches. It is evident that this government remains out of touch with the reality facing our people. The 2024 UN Sustainable Development Report, sir, brings to light the disturbing trend of declining vaccination rates amongst infants in this country. The Ministry of Health reports that 65% of infants in this country are fully vaccinated, but this falls significantly short of the 90% required for herd immunity. And this state of under-vaccination in our infant population poses a major threat to the public health and the economy of our nation. So when our vaccination rates falter, we jeopardize the health of future generations and leave them exposed to preventable diseases that result in complications which impede their ability to contribute to our economy later. If we want an improved health system, we must start by ensuring that our children's health is protected. But in this resolution, this government has chosen to remain silent on this critical issue. Mr. Speaker, the statistics in the 2019 World Bank report referenced in the resolution paints the grim picture that preventable diseases such as diabetes, cardiovascular disease, and cancer contribute to 83% of deaths in this country. Whilst a Sans et al. Article indicates that Barbados and the wider region is experiencing a nursing shortage of approximately 40%. Yet, here we are, presented with a superficial resolution by this out-of-touch government in support of its weak policies. This resolution does not address these grave issues. And this government's failure to act decisively is a disservice to every Barbadian. Sir, if we truly want improved health outcomes for our citizens, we need improved health standards and novel approaches to address the incidence and prevalence of these NCDs in our population and the shortage of nurses. We should not be about touch-ups. We need to implement comprehensive, substantive reform. And one vital solution to the NCDs and other health problems is the appointment of specialist nurses within our healthcare system. Studies have shown that this will, one, promote retention of nurses in our system because it creates clinical pathways for nurses' career advancement. And two, it provides specialist care to the public, which is linked with improved health outcomes and lower healthcare costs, according to a 2023 WHO report. Well, you know, sir, when I read this resolution, I wondered if this government was comprised of cosmetologists. Because here they are, bringing another resolution that merely covers the cracks in the system and fails to address the foundation issues. Here's another glaring fact, sir. Our healthcare system suffers from significant resource shortages. The QEH faces challenges such as an inefficiently operating radiotherapy machine, with close to 100 patients facing delays in receiving radiotherapy as of January this year, forcing them to seek costly private care. And the cost ranges between US $25,000 and $40,000 per course of treatment. Yet this resolution does not address the shortage of material resources in our system. Sir, it speaks volumes about the lack of concern and empathy for the Barbadian people coming from that other side. Mr. Speaker, if we want to foster a healthier population, we must commit to investing in our healthcare infrastructure. As the government has stated, yes, we must integrate IT capabilities into our healthcare system to promote its efficiency. And we should allocate funds for the training and retention of medical professionals, ensuring that our healthcare workers are adequately supported and compensated. But more fundamentally, sir, we need to provide the equipment necessary for basic treatment approaches. This government speaks to diversifying our economy through health tourism. But how can this be our primary focus when our existing healthcare system is deficient? Coming from the other side, that's crazy.
Order in the House. Order.
Before we market Barbados as a health tourism destination, we must ensure that we are meeting the healthcare needs of our own citizens. But this government seems to be unable to stop putting the cart before the horse. Although some of them will get up and preach that home drums beat first and that there's a process to everything, they are marketing an unfinished product. Are they trying to compound our challenges by increasing the waiting times of our citizens even more as they compete with tourists for access to health services? This flawed approach would only highlight the weaknesses in our healthcare system to the rest of the world. Let us transform our healthcare system to meet the needs of
Leader
our
of
people.
Government Business, 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, sir. Let us transform our healthcare system to meet the needs of our people. And by doing so, we will be transforming it into a capable health tourism destination. In closing, I reiterate that while the resolution proposes steps that claim to improve our healthcare system, it only increases the vulnerabilities of our population. And we need to move beyond superficial measures and embrace a comprehensive reform plan that addresses the core issues at hand. And saying comprehensive in front of something doesn't make it so. It comes with multiple strategies to combat these issues. And we need to improve our infant vaccination rates and create specialist nursing posts to tackle the issue of NCDs and reduce nurse migration. In addition, we must acquire the
Leader of
equipment.
Opposition Business, please wrap up.
Yes, sir, I land in the plane. We must acquire the equipment and other materials needed for basic treatment approaches. It is only after taking these corrective measures that we can embark on the window dressing policies that this government in here is proposing. And with that, sir, I am much obliged to you.
Thank you.
I would like to say good morning to the speaker and to the specially invited guests. Mr. Speaker, I would like to start with a story. Dr. Christy Cromlin from Alabama pursued her dream of medical school here in Barbados and afterwards enlisted in the Army. A divorce interrupted her study for several years. Upon returning, she faced unexpected challenges in finding a residency program. Hospital programs, inundated with applications, use software to filter through candidates. Despite having her MD, she was rejected from 75 programs, mainly due to graduating more than 3 years prior and for being a foreign graduate. Now unemployed with $250,000 in student loans, she struggles but remains determined. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, Dr. Cromlin is one of approximately 10,000 chronically unmatched doctors in the United States. People who graduate from med school but are consistently rejected from residency programs. Chad E. Foster is quoted as saying, "You have to take advantage of your disadvantages." The creation of a medical hotel and connected training institution would place Barbados in a unique position to reap numerous benefits from an opportunity like this, such as reducing the workload on the QEH, reducing brain drain by reducing the reasons for medical professionals to leave. Once profitable, it can also contribute to financially funding healthcare initiatives. It improves the prospects for medical professionals to settle down in Barbados. It offers an alternative for the fit to discharge patients at the QEH on a short-term basis. It will provide jobs and developmental opportunities And additionally, qualifications in medical engineering can be offered as a way to combat the problem of the upkeep of medical equipment. Based on the 2024 to 2025 approved Barbados estimates, the government has realized that the high investment cost for service delivery, example being rapidly changing medical technology and trained healthcare professionals, along with consumer demands, which is the increasing demands for the latest in medical and care intervention. These two things are inextricably linked by one factor: the lack of specialized medical professionals. To the issue of funding this initiative, the government will, for a period, divert any residual funds from the healthcare financing budget to this project, with the additional option of raising funds by issuing government bonds, also allowing for Barbadians to be a part of the change that they have been asking for.
Honourable Member, what point do you raise?
Mr. Speaker, I stand on a point of order. Please implore the honourable member to refrain from reading his speech.
In closing, I would like to say thank you to the BNYP and its stakeholders, along with the staff of the polyclinics and the QEH, for the opportunity to peer behind the veils and to learn. Mr. Speaker, I am obliged.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that to move the motion in order to pause for a 15-minute break.
At this point in time, due to the rapidity of which these speeches are going on, I'm going to postpone that for about another 15 minutes or so to allow a few more speakers to be able to engage in the debate. Honourable Member from the opposition, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, as the ambulance now going to one of the very few we have, but
Order. Opposition, please hold yourselves
I
together.
rise today in opposition to this resolution because, while it's noble in its intentions, again, I must say, it overlooks the glaring issues we have. Now, Mr. Speaker, even our children and this generation know that the QH and our other healthcare facilities are already overburdened. Sir, we have bed shortages and overcrowded wards, and that should not be the norm in this nation. Sir, when it takes longer to see a doctor and it does to recover from your illness, you know we have a serious problem. Mr. Speaker, no one in Barbados has the confidence that this government is even competent to implement sweeping reforms in a system where a patient can die before receiving essential treatments, often because of the breakdown of our aging infrastructure and equipment that should have been retired years ago, Mr. Speaker. Sir, our hospital needs urgent care from the form of upgrades, renovations, and expanded capacity to safely accommodate our patients in this nation. Sir, instead of first addressing the fundamental issues, government is talking about these grand reforms, and sir, only this government will want to add a new roof to a house that's already falling, Mr. Speaker. Sir, proper funding is critical. Right now, the entire healthcare system needs an injection of cash. Sir, our public healthcare system is heavily reliant on government funding, which fluctuates based on our economic conditions. Sir, I'm asking the government, where will this money come from? Instead of depending solely on public funds, I suggest we actively explore public-private partnerships to invest in areas such as equipment and technology. Sir, our corporate sponsorships, grants, and partnerships, and even partnerships with our international health organizations can offer the necessary funding without further straining the already limited funding that the government gives healthcare. Maybe the government is waiting for its fairy godmother to show if a pumpkin full of cash and a magic wand. Just maybe this fairy godmother would help the people before the government. Sir, the government's promise of modernizing healthcare facilities and investing in new technology, it sounds great and is absolutely necessary. But sir, technology will not solve the fact that our referral system within our healthcare system is already slow and inefficient, causing delays in patient care. Mr. Speaker, this brings me to the issue of access to specialized care. Even if we enhance our facilities to invest in cardiology, mistake, Mr. Speaker. Even if we enhance our facilities to invest in technology, without specialized medical professionals in areas such as cardiology and oncology, many of our citizens will still be forced to seek treatment abroad. Sir, move on with that. I move on to the hot topic today, the burden of NCDs in Barbados, particularly diabetes and cancer. Sir, they continue to escalate. Year after year, they continue to escalate, but yet the government's resolutions offers a vague framework about preventative health care. They have one point. That one point speaks on increased investment in agriculture and nutrition. That can't be the only thing we're doing to prevent. That cannot be the only thing, Mr. Speaker. Sir, we need to educate our population to implement initiatives that will reduce the commonness of these diseases, not just react when it's too late. Sir, I suggest a nationwide wellness program targeting schools and workplaces to promote healthier lifestyles. We could also offer tax incentives to businesses that prioritize employee health and free healthcare screenings for the community that catch these diseases early. As the old saying goes,
Honorable member, what point do you raise? Honorable member, please use the microphone. We can hardly hear you.
The honorable member is reading. I will let him to reframe.
Order.
I didn't know she tells you what I'm doing, but sorry. But as the old saying goes, Mr. Speaker.
First of all, honorable member, when referring to any other member of this
honorable
parliament.
member, my apologies.
Thank you. No, she, him, they.
My apologies.
Or it.
An
Continue.
apple a day keeps the doctor away, but apparently our healthcare plan does not even have enough apples except for members on that side. Mr. Speaker, I cannot support this resolution because it will not prevent our healthcare system from crumbling. Sir, it cannot keep more innocent Bajans from becoming victims and dying as a result of numerous illnesses. Hence why my honorable member at the end is dressed for our funeral attire today, because too many Bajans are dying waiting on healthcare. Mr. Speaker, is there a problem on the other side? Sorry. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I would like to take a moment to commend our dedicated healthcare workers who tirelessly serve our nation, often within an outdated system. Sir, their unwavering commitment and resilience in the face of such challenges deserve our utmost respect and gratitude. And with that, I'm thankful to all healthcare workers in Barbados and around the world. With that, Mr. Speaker, I oblige.
Thank you, honorable member. As it's come up twice already, I'm going to encourage both persons from the government and the opposition side to refer to your notes, glance at them, but do not slavishly apply your eyes to them as you are addressing the House of Parliament. So as we continue, please keep that in mind. Recognizing honorable member Zaire Sandiford, you have the floor.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. Honorable members, the resolution on healthcare is not merely a policy change. It is a commitment to the future of our nation's health. I will first address the resolution as it relates to integrating modern technology. The integration of modern technology is not a luxury, but a necessity. We now live in a digital era, and in this digital era, technology is the backbone of any modern healthcare system. Barbados must keep up with the times. The integration of advanced digital tools can greatly enhance the efficiency and quality of healthcare services in Barbados. This is suggested in the 2023 peer-reviewed article, Smart City Healthcare Delivery Innovation, a systematic review of essential technologies and indicators for developing nations by Zara Mohammed et al.
Honorable member, what point do you stand?
I just want to clarify something. Is she quoting the point?
Honorable member, I'm going to ask you again to refer to the notes, but don't slavishly stick to it. Honorable member, and the next time you stand, ensure that you are understanding whether you're standing on a point of elucidation or a point of order. Thank you, honorable member.
For instance, artificial intelligence can be leveraged to analyze vast amounts of data, leading to more accurate diagnoses and personalized treatment plans. It can also be used to identify health risks and diseases before they manifest, thereby shifting the focus from reactive to proactive care. The hospital pays millions to the body of staff per month, and it costs over $200 million per annum to run the hospital, according to one of its directors. However, in this process, polyclinics are neglected. Some polyclinics do not have the essential modernized equipment to treat certain conditions, such as ventilators and linear therapy machines. So they send patients to the hospital for treatment. Moreover, specialized doctors cannot spend enough time on their patients. Therefore, the implementation of advanced technologies will ensure that every citizen of Barbados has access to the best quality care, regardless of their socioeconomic status. That will ensure that every patient is equal under the eyes of the healthcare system. Now, I will address the heart of any healthcare system, its workforce. The challenges we face with the shortage of medical professionals and the brain drain of such professionals are not just statistics in a report. They represent a direct threat to the accessibility and quality of healthcare. According to Shamel Sands et al., in a 2020 research article titled Caribbean Nurse Migration, a Scoping Review, nurse vacancy rates averaged around 40% across the Caribbean. In Barbados, there are few specialized nurses and doctors in the public sector. Thus, their workload is heavier than it would be in other countries such as the United States and United Kingdom. In comparison, our specialists are overworked and underpaid, managing many patients who wait weeks for treatment. This may cause patients to not receive the treatment they deserve, which is why implementing a system of AI could also assist medical professionals. Immigration of professionals also results in less specialized nurses in Barbados, perpetuating a cycle of medical personnel being overworked, underpaid, disliking these conditions, and immigrating to other countries. Currently, there are little to no measures in place to retain staff, and instead we bring talented professionals from other countries who have to acclimate to our culture and language in order to better understand their patients and for patients to better understand them. So, policies must be implemented to negate brain drain. For example, students who learn medicine in Barbados must work here for a period of 5 years after residency. On top of that, policies should also be implemented for their mental health. Additionally, exposure should be placed on lesser-known specialized fields that will benefit visiting doctors and patients. By improving technology, salaries, and working conditions, we not only retain our talented professionals, but also implement and improve policies in the healthcare system that will help Barbados' people and future generations. Mr. Speaker, I am obliged to you.
Thank you, honorable member. You have the floor, honorable member. There's no need to be uncertain.
Just make sure that nobody can stand up on a point of order and say that you did not acknowledge me, Mr. Speaker.
I did, in fact, acknowledge you. Go ahead.
Okay. Good morning to you and to the honorable members on my side and on the government side, and to everyone else in the room and listening. I would like the members of the government side who are bringing today this resolution to take careful note of the name of this Parliament, for we are the Barbados National Youth Parliament. Yet, in this resolution, the word youth is mentioned only once, and that is in relation, twice, and that is in relation to the name of Youth Parliament, including the title at the top of the page. And the only other time that anything is mentioned regarding anyone of the youth age is in one of the preamble clauses where we talk about STDs and the discrimination of that among persons, students under 16.
And it is something which I really wonder if we recognize the significance of this youth parliament and really what we are supposed to be doing. For while, yes, healthcare is something which is for all ages, especially in a country like this that has such an aging population, and while, yes, the measures and solutions that we propose will be for everyone, I believe that we are significantly undermining the value and the significance that we have of speaking to and speaking for our fellow youth. Mr. Speaker, when I look at this resolution and the rest of the resolutions brought this year, we look at the one on youth unemployment and we look at the one on education transformation, and please note that the resolution on youth unemployment was the first one that failed to be passed. I realize that this government and the resolution that they bring seem to be in a vacuum, in a void. For nowhere in the resolutions does it speak to the youth organizations and the groups in our nation which are seeking to address some of these critical issues. We have, for example, 4-H clubs in Barbados that speak to healthy living and speak to the promotion of
At this point in
green
time, I will
foods.
call for order. There's too much cross-talking happening within the different benches. Honorable member, continue.
And despite having an organization like the 4-H, nothing is mentioned here about supporting organizations like that. We have other persons like the CYEN that, again, promote environmental, promote things that will help with our lifestyle. And if we are looking to change education, and if we are looking to change youth unemployment, if we are looking to change now healthcare, we have to reach out and we have to look to support those organizations. We even have HFLA in schools, and I see nothing about the reform of HFLA, the ways that we can use it to promote healthy living. You know, there's a lot of talk, especially in our nation, about the need for housing and the housing developments go on. Yet I see nothing that talks about the need for, in all new housing developments, a space set aside for a garden, a space set aside for living. And while it is mentioned and will be mentioned by members, it is not in this paper. And so it will be mentioned in the speech, and like we've seen in the last 2 debates this year, a lot of the things will just be floated away in the wind. Something else which I would like us to highlight, and don't think I've forgotten you with the prop for today, I brought a spanking new motor vehicle, is that we have to think about the role of the vehicle of the Barbados National Youth Parliament, Mr. Speaker. That when we look at the significance of the speeches and significance of the resolution that we bring, what change or what impact are they actually having? If in the resolution we say that we are committed to promoting and improving the standard of living of every Barbadian by using our voices, why outside of these debates that we have every few months, is there nothing else from the Barbados National Youth Parliament? Why have we not seen much of our social media presence, where we know that the youth, our fellow youth, and some of us might even be on social media, even now during the debate, why have we not seen a greater effort by us and by this government to use that to promote a lot of the issues that we say that we are passionate about? Or within the next 3 months when we have another debate, we move on to a new passion, and this is just something of the past? Why have we not seen even something like a podcast being done by the Barbados National Youth Parliament and this government to, again, promote these things which we say we are passionate about? When you look at the vehicle which is the Barbados National Youth Parliament, this is not a vehicle in which education transformation can even start to be brought about by. This is not a vehicle which healthcare reform can even start to be brought about by. And Mr. Speaker, I am seriously concerned with this government trying to reform education and unemployment and healthcare without first reforming itself, to ensure that it itself can be the vehicle by which these things are brought about.
Honorable member, begin to apply the brakes.
No problem, Mr. Speaker. I can assure you the brakes are working. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I would like this government and the members of this government to look into these cameras and to tell the youth of Barbados, their friends and family who may be at home watching this debate, what truly they will be doing as a government of the Barbados National Youth Parliament, and what measures they have here that are really going to impact the lives of youth in Barbados today. Mr. Speaker, I believe that this government really needs to look at itself, really needs to sort out its own home before we start looking to change the world.
Honorable member, you're in breach of a stop sign at this point in time, so
And with that, Mr. Speaker, I am obliged to.
Thank you very much.
Special leader messaged me just now asking me if I was going to stand on it because it's called.
Mr. Speaker, I would once again ask that at this point in time, we adjourn for a 15-minute break.
Okay, thank you, Leader of Government Business. The motion has been moved yet again for there to be a 15-minute break. All in favor say aye, and those not in favor say nay. I believe the ayes have it. At this point in time, there will be a 15-minute break. However, before we leave, I would like to encourage all speakers to take a look at your notes, because after we come back, I will not be tolerating persons reading from their notes. If you read from your notes, there will be a 1-minute penalty to the amount of time you have to speak. Thank you very much.
Do you have an idea for a business or have started a business? Are you between 18 and 35 years old? Then you need to contact YES, the Youth Entrepreneurship Scheme. YES is a dynamic network of services creatively packaged for you, the young entrepreneur. YES offers critical, timely business solutions, specialized technical assistance in accounting, legal, and marketing, a practical entrepreneurial training program, and your own youth enterprise officer for one-on-one counseling and mentoring. Contact YES today at 535-3835 and get your business moving. The Youth Entrepreneurship Scheme, Ministry of Youth, Sports, and Community Empowerment.
Verbal and physical aspects, any violence, sexual abuse and neglect, any violence, emotional and mental effects, any violence. Violence not good for this country. It's depressing and hurting you and me. Violence not good for this country. Time for change and rearrange socially. No, we don't need it. We don't need it. We don't need it. Yes, we gonna end it. We don't need it. We don't need it. We don't need it. Yes, we gonna end it. Any violence, verbal and physical aspects. Any violence, sexual abuse and neglect. Any violence, emotional and mental effects. Any violence.
Days when I feel lost and directionless, placed under immense pressure to decide what my future will be and what my success will look like.
These emotions aren't unique to me. Many of us suffer with these feelings. It is, however, important that we reach out, talk to someone.
Make connections. Asking for help doesn't make you weak. It's one of the bravest and hardest things you'll ever have to do.
We are not alone. We are stronger
than we think.
This message is brought to you by the Youth Support Hotline, Ministry of Youth, Sports, and Community Empowerment. Call 539-HELP. That's 539-4357.
The Community Development Department is a social service agency, but not like the traditional social service agencies. Our focus is community driven. It is community oriented. We have 39 functioning community centers and resource centers so that persons can have a safe space to conduct business, utilize training and recreational facilities. So persons can go in and they can have a myriad of activities, cake and pastry, dressmaking, if there's a birthday celebration, a baby shower, wedding receptions. So we at the Community Development Department, we're inviting you to come on in and ensure that you utilize our services because we are here to serve our communities.
It's depressing and hurting you and me. Violence not good for this country. Time for change and rearrange socially. No, we not need it. We not need it. We not need it. Yes, we gonna end it. We not need it. We not need it. We not need it. Yes, we gonna end it. End the violence. Verbal and physical aspects. End the violence. Sexual abuse and neglect. End the violence. Emotional and mental effects. End the violence. And they, 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 and they.
No credit, no data, no Wi-Fi, no problem. The Community Development Department has you covered. With free wireless internet access at community centers across the island. The Community Development Department, serving our communities.
Anti-violence is not just a catchphrase. It is a movement towards positive behavior change in our young and old. How do we accomplish this? Through empowering and educating everyone to make that conscious decision to end the violence. But what is violence? According to the World Health Organization, violence is the intentional use of physical force or power, threatened or actual, against oneself, another person, or against a group or community. This action either results in or has a high likelihood of resulting in injury, death, psychological harm, maldevelopment, or deprivation. We all have seen the devastating effects violence can have. We cannot continue to let physical violence, sexual violence, domestic violence, or any type of violence run rampant in our nation. Violence benefits no one. Not me, not you, not our families, our communities, and definitely not our beautiful island Barbados. So let's all work together, join the movement, and end the violence. For more information on the End the Violence campaign, visit us on Instagram and Facebook at End the Violence. End the Violence campaign, an initiative of the Division of Youth Affairs in the
have an idea for a business or have started a business? Are you between 18 and 35 years old? Then you need to contact YES, the Youth Entrepreneurship Scheme. YES is a dynamic network of services creatively packaged for you, the young entrepreneur. YES offers critical, timely business solutions, specialized technical assistance in accounting, legal, and marketing, a practical entrepreneurial training program, and your own youth enterprise officer for one-on-one counseling and mentoring. Contact YES today at 535-3835 and get your business moving. The Youth Entrepreneurship Scheme, Ministry of Youth, Sports, and Community Empowerment.
Verbal and physical aspects, and the violence, sexual abuse and neglect, and the violence, emotional and mental effects, and the violence. Violence not good for this country. It's depressing and hurting you and me. Violence not good for this country. Time for change and rearrange socially. No, we not need it. We not need it. We not need it. Yes, we gonna end it. We not need it. We not need it. We not need it. Yes, we gonna end it. And the violence, verbal and physical aspects, and the violence, sexual abuse and neglect, and the violence, emotional and mental effects, and the violence.
Days when I feel lost and directionless, placed under immense pressure to decide what my future will be and what my success will look like.
These emotions aren't unique to me. Many of us suffer with these feelings. It is, however, important that we reach out, talk to someone.
Make connections. Asking for help doesn't make you weak. It's one of the bravest and hardest things you'll ever have to do.
We are not alone.
We're stronger than we think.
This message is brought to you by the Youth Support Hotline, Ministry of Youth, Sports, and Community Empowerment. Call 539-HELP. That's 539-4357.
The Community Development Department is a social service agency, but not like the traditional social service agencies. Our focus is community-driven. It is community-oriented. We have 39 functioning community centers and resource centers so that persons can have a safe space to conduct business, utilize training and recreational facilities. So persons can go in and they can have a myriad of activities: cake and pastry, dressmaking, if there's a birthday celebration, a baby shower, wedding receptions. So we at the Community Development Department, we're inviting you to come on in and ensure that you utilize our services because we are here to serve our communities.
Verbal and physical aspects, and the violence, sexual abuse and neglect, and the violence, emotional and mental effects, and the violence. Violence not good for this country. It's depressing and hurting you and me. Violence not good for this country. Time for change and rearrange socially. No, we not need it. We not need it. We not need it. Yes, we gonna end it. We not need it. We not need it. We not need it. Yes, we gonna end it. And the violence, verbal and physical aspects, and the violence, sexual abuse and neglect,
No credit, no data, no Wi-Fi, no problem. The Community Development Department has you covered. With free wireless internet access at community centers across the island. The Community Development Department, serving our communities.
Do you have an idea for a business or have started a business? Are you between 18 and 35 years old? Then you need to contact YES, the Youth Entrepreneurship Scheme. YES is a dynamic network of services creatively packaged for you, the young entrepreneur. YES offers critical, timely business solutions, specialized technical assistance in accounting, legal, and marketing, a practical entrepreneurial training program, and your own youth enterprise officer for one-on-one counseling and mentoring. Contact YES today at 535-3835 and get your business moving. The Youth Entrepreneurship Scheme, Ministry of Youth, Sports, and Community Empowerment.
Verbal and physical aspects, and the violence, sexual abuse and neglect, and the violence, emotional and mental effects, and the violence. Violence not good for this country. It's depressing and hurting you and me. Violence not good for this country. Time for change and rearrange socially. No, we not need it. We not need it. We not need it. Yes, we gonna end it. We not need it. We not need it. We not need it. Yes, we gonna end it. And the violence, verbal and physical aspects, and the violence, sexual abuse and neglect, and the violence, emotional and mental effects, and the violence.
Days when I feel lost and directionless, placed under immense pressure to decide what my future will be and what my success will look like.
These emotions aren't unique to me. Many of us suffer with these feelings. It is, however, important that we reach out, talk to someone.
Make connections. Asking for help doesn't make you weak. It's one of the bravest and hardest things you'll ever have to do.
We are not alone.
We're stronger than we think.
This message is brought to you by the Youth Support Hotline, Ministry of Youth, Sports, and Community Empowerment. Call 539-HELP. That's 539-4357.
The Community Development Department is a social service agency, but not like the traditional social service agencies. Our focus is community-driven. It is community-oriented. We have 39 functioning community centers and resource centers so that persons can have a safe space to conduct business, utilize training and recreational facilities. So persons can go in and they can have a myriad of activities: cake and pastry, dressmaking, if there's a birthday celebration, a baby shower, wedding receptions. So we at the Community Development Department, we're inviting you to come on in and ensure that you utilize our services because we are here to serve our communities.
Verbal and physical aspects, and the violence, sexual abuse and neglect.
No credit, no data, no Wi-Fi, no problem. The Community Development Department has you covered. With free wireless internet access at community centers across the island. The Community Development Department, serving our communities.
Anti-violence is not just a catchphrase. It is a movement towards positive behavior change in our young and old. How do we accomplish this? Through empowering and educating everyone to make that conscious decision to end the violence. But what is violence? According to the World Health Organization, violence is the intentional use of physical force or power, threatened or actual, against oneself, another person, or against a group or community. This action either results in or has a high likelihood of resulting in injury, death, psychological harm, maldevelopment, or deprivation. We all have seen the devastating effects violence can have. We cannot continue to let physical violence, sexual violence, domestic violence, or any type of violence run rampant in our nation. Violence benefits no one. Not me, not you, not our families, our communities, and definitely not our beautiful island Barbados. So let's all work together, join the movement, and end the violence. For more information on the End the Violence campaign, visit us on Instagram and Facebook at End the Violence. End the Violence campaign, an initiative of the Division of Youth Affairs in the Ministry of Youth, Sports, and Community Empowerment.
Do you have an idea for a business or have started a business? Are you between 18 and 35 years old? Then you need to contact YES, the Youth Entrepreneurship Scheme. YES is a dynamic network of services creatively packaged for you, the young entrepreneur. YES offers critical, timely business solutions, specialized technical assistance in accounting, legal, and marketing, a practical entrepreneurial training program, and your own youth enterprise officer for one-on-one counseling and mentoring. Contact YES today at 535-3835 and get your business moving. The Youth Entrepreneurship Scheme, Ministry of Youth, Sports, and Community Empowerment.
Verbal and physical aspects, and the violence, sexual abuse and neglect, and the violence, emotional and mental effects, and the violence. Violence not good for this country. It's depressing and hurting you and me. Violence not good for this
Days when I feel lost and directionless, placed under immense pressure to decide what my future will be and what my success will look like.
Parliament has resumed. Recognizing Honorable Member Jashari Jules.
Hello? Oh, okay. Good morning, Mr. Speaker. The World Health Organization, WHO, recognizes that health is a complete state of mental, physical, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. Mr. Speaker, we are all here today to debate on this resolution on health reform and how we, the government, plans to liberate this current healthcare system and establish a more efficient, reliable, and cost-effective healthcare for not only the citizens of Barbados, but for the healthcare providers as well. Mr. Speaker, as a small island, we need to invest more and upgrade one of the most important sectors on our island, which is our healthcare system. Mr. Speaker, during my research, I have discovered numerous issues in the healthcare system that needs to be addressed now. For example, there is a scarcity of staff in most divisions in the polyclinics and the QEH. And the small numbers of medical professionals we have available here on our islands are in between various polyclinics, and because of this, forced to work unreasonable and egregious hours, and are also operating at skeletal levels to facilitate services to the hard-working, tax-paying citizens of Barbados, and also not getting paid on time, which has led to numerous local qualified nurses acquiring employment abroad. Are we going to let all our medical professionals migrate abroad? I can say, personally, without doubt, that the St. Vincent's Polyclinic offers numerous services. But because of the lack of space at this location and the increase in patients attending this polyclinic causes more strain on the healthcare providers there. Mr. Speaker, these issues don't just affect the medical professionals, but the patients too. Citizens often wonder why they have to wait extremely long hours just to be examined by a doctor and get a prescription filled, or why, when they call the polyclinic, they never get any response back. And this leads to patients becoming impatient, causing them to be moody, arrogant, rude, and sometimes violent. This impacts the relationship between doctor and patient. Sometimes doctors are overwhelmed or overworked, which can lead to weariness and can cause misdiagnosis and malpractice.
Honorable member, I'm going to encourage you. I'll let you slide this time because you just came back from break, but please refrain from reading.
Okay. Sorry. On their behalf. And in cases of malpractice, we all know what can happen. A big, messy lawsuit. Mr. Speaker, I believe on ongoing education and international booster while partnering with creditable health institutions or even partnership with the private sector to attain a facility which trains nurses as well as function as a hospital, and also having a well-being and restriction program for healthcare providers here in Barbados, so that we can accomplish our goal of becoming more practical in healthcare. However, Mr. Speaker, this can only work if both nurses, healthcare providers, and patients alike are well treated with the utmost respect, vice versa, and have a harmonious atmosphere. Also having a contractual process so that persons could go and study abroad in various areas and return well educated and ready to work within the healthcare system. This can help with the brain drain we have here in our beautiful Barbados. Mr. Speaker, this resolution here is not about changing healthcare. It is an improvement because, Mr. Speaker, health is our business. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I oblige to you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Before we continue, I would like to clarify and expand on what I was spoken of before we went to break. So for persons addressing the House, again, you're reminded not to read. However, you can look at your notes. You can refer to your notes. You can read quotations and statistics. However, again, I'm going to implore you to not read everything you have written down. Glance at them, get the gist of what you're going to speak on, and then continue to speak to us. It's called Parliament because parler is the word to speak. It's not to read. All right, I'm going to encourage the next speaker to continue.
Mr. Speaker, when the people of Barbados come to us with a problem which they can't solve alone and ask us to work with them to form a comprehensive solution, why would we type 5,563 characters on a paper and sit at that? Mr. Speaker, this piece of resolution is more shoddy than my common interest examination essay.
Order.
I am very tempted to say that one get 10 because it must be a joke. We are speaking of this reformation like we can just take up the hospital and pelt it out the window. It does not work like that, Mr. Speaker. And the quicker we recognize this, the easier it will be to reform our healthcare. Now let us get down to the nitty-gritty. Technology is essential for creating a better healthcare system in Barbados. Embracing technological advancements will transform our healthcare delivery, improve patient outcomes, enhance efficiency which is needed opposed to the languid nature which is displayed by our government. Firstly, technology significantly improves access to healthcare services, especially in a diverse country like Barbados. Maybe on the world scale, we're built like a 2x2 square, but in reality, Barbados is real big. And if we're coming from St. Lucie to St. Michael every day for a checkup with a doctor, it's not gonna work. Telemedicine allows us to connect with doctors and specialists without the need for long travel. During the recent COVID-19 pandemic, many Barbadians benefited from virtual consultations, ensuring the continuity of care while adhering to safety protocols. By expanding our telehealth services, patients will be able to get in contact with their doctors regardless of their location, and then they will be able to receive timely and appropriate medical attention, which also lessens the physical strain on our hospital. Secondly, technology streamlines healthcare processes, leading to increased efficiency and reduced costs.
Electronic health records, also known as EHRs, minimize paperwork and improve coordination among healthcare providers. Now, upon speaking to a nurse practitioner at a polyclinic, I was asked the question if I ever saw paper be hacked. But Mr. Speaker, have you ever seen a blunt be wrapped in a flash drive? Mr. Speaker, implementing EHRs will reduce administrative burdens, decrease wait times, and allow healthcare professionals to focus more on patient care. These efficiencies ultimately result in cost savings for the healthcare system, enabling resources to be allocated where they are most needed. Moreover, they facilitate better data management, which will lead to improved patient outcomes. You see, with technology, I don't have to worry about a nurse accidentally writing down that my blood type is A when in reality it's O negative, because test results would automatically fill themselves into my EHR. Advanced data analytics identify health trends and provide strategies, allowing for proactivity in disease prevention. For example, Barbados can leverage data to tackle chronic diseases prevalent in our population, such as diabetes and hypertension. With better information at our fingertips, healthcare providers will be able to make more informed decisions, leading to higher quality care. Furthermore, technology empowers patients by providing them with tools to manage their health. Health apps and wearable devices allow individuals to track their vital signs, medication adherence, and lifestyle choices. You know, it hurt me, Mr. Speaker, to find out that DEXCOMs are a regularity in Barbadian citizens, especially with the rate that diabetes is in Barbados. If you don't know what a DEXCOM is, it is a continuous glucose monitoring device which tracks glucose levels throughout day and night and can alert you if your levels go too low or are too high. This is a preventative measure. The shift towards patient-centered care encourages individuals to take an active role in their health management, fostering a culture of prevention rather than reaction. In a country like Barbados, where lifestyle-related diseases are on the rise, empowering citizens with health technology can lead to healthier communities. In conclusion, the integration of technology into Barbados' healthcare system is not just beneficial, it is essential. By improving access, enhancing efficiency, facilitating better data management, and empowering patients, technology can fundamentally transform the healthcare landscape. Now, I just have one more statement to make. Mr. Speaker, on the 18th of June 2024, it was brought to the attention of the public that there was a fire at the National Archives of Barbados. After years of plans here, plans there, and plans everywhere to digitize the National Archives in the same way that we have been planning for years to reform this healthcare system, years, no not years, decades, no not even decades, centuries of Barbadian history was lost due to a fire. Whilst the striking of lightning was not preventable, the effect of the fire could have been made much less. But no, Mr. Speaker, if I continue down
Honourable
the path...
member, please don't continue down that path. We need to wrap up.
Mr. Speaker, if I continue down the path I was going, we will be here till next year. But I'll leave it all to this. Will our healthcare system have to crash and burn too for us to finally recognize the severity of the situation we are in? Mr. Speaker, I oblige.
Thank you, honourable member.
Good. Oh gosh. Good morning. Y'all can hear me, right? Okay. Good morning, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, and guests. Picture yourself going into any healthcare institution with a good attitude, a good neutral expression, and expectations of a good and fast experience there, right? Instead, you are greeted with a blunt, frowny expression, sluggish motives, and a...
Leader of the opposition, please refrain from having animated discussions. You're distracting the members of the government.
Instead, you are greeted with a blunt, frowny expression, sluggish motives, and a, "Hey, good morning, how may I help?" I think the second one, most of us can relate to. My main focus today is on the nurses. they hold the power to change one's health. But sometimes when you go there, you aren't greeted with the nice atmosphere or a very good interaction. But do we ever stop to think why that may be the case? Look at their working environment and culture. High workload, long hours, improper workplace safety, delayed or no pay at all, and not such a friendly working environment. On top of that, they may be going through a lot with their own lives. Then they are expected to come to work, put their health and safety at risk, with a smile and an ongoing happy attitude. Which is why the Nurses Wellbeing Program is another good initiative for them, because it creates a safe place for them, safe space. Taking some stress off of their back. Think about it. Child care assistance, on-site wellness facilities, award and recognition programs, whilst having room for job development. If I were a nurse, that would be a lifesaver. On the other hand, it's nice to have new equipment and good infrastructure, but will that change the spiteful, gloomy, and sluggish atmosphere? We need to start with a part of the core issue. Provide nurses with protective equipment, investing in more nurses whilst providing our existing nurses with a more flexible scheduling, more flexible scheduling options, and offer competitive salaries, benefits, and opportunities for career advancement, retention, and so on. Concluding my speech, we want to see them happy and satisfied with their working conditions, because if they aren't passionate about their work life, why would they put their best foot forward, especially for us? We should want them to want to do their job well, not because they have to. And I am hoping that everyone can agree and support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, would you scorn your mother if she had HIV? Why is the level of stigma attached to HIV and AIDS not the level of stigma attached to the influenza virus? To answer that, the initial circle to contract HIV was homosexual men. The most common way of contracting said virus is considered to be a taboo subject, and since the very first case of HIV, there has been no general cure to the virus. Healthcare reform is about more than just the physical development of medical institutions across the land and the transformation of treatments and medicine. When one thinks of reformation, the transformation of mentality should also be taking place. While there is much importance regarding mental wellness in the health sector, it shouldn't be at the expense of people actually suffering from diseases such as HIV. This resolution clearly states that there is a lack of support around mental health regarding persons with life-threatening illnesses and diseases, with just one remaining HIV support group recorded as of the year 2020. The occasional skit or jingle on radio channels are nice, but they really fall short of...
Honourable Member, I'm just going to ask you to raise the volume of your voice just a bit more to make sure that everyone is able to hear you well. Speak a little louder.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
How often are campaigns and testings being done to bring about education regarding STDs, Mr. Speaker? And what exactly is being done to be proactive about the seriousness of these diseases before they get to the stage of being detrimental to one's mental health? According to an article published by Panem South Publica on the National Library of Medicine's website, I quote, "Pertinent legislative context includes the fact that Barbados still criminalizes anal sex with up to life imprisonment and does not constitutionally prohibit discrimination on the grounds of sex, sexual orientation, or gender identity." Mr. Speaker, this is preposterous. I am sorry. The very government that is handing me this resolution is the same government that, instead of educating the people mainly suffering from and spreading HIV, criminalizes them.
Honourable Member, what point do you raise?
Raised on a point of order, the honorable member is misleading the House. In 2022, the Supreme Court would have shot down the law which criminalizes anal sex, so I think that that should be a correction that's made.
Order. Order in the House. Honorable member, do you wish to retract your statement?
No, I do not. Thank you, sir. The very government that is handing me this resolution is the same government that expects me to support their hypocrisy. Sir, I cannot do that. I do understand that there have been a few optimistic attempts at remedying this country's HIV crisis, like the 2003 PEPFAR and the PANCAP partnerships. But the effect seems to be dwindling today, sir. It seems to me that this government has lost its zeal. Bringing awareness to sexual health in general is hard because it's a touchy subject and no one wants to talk about it. But if we don't talk about it, how can we even attempt to fix it? Mr. Speaker, this resolution rightly states, current restrictions prevent sexual education professionals from discussing STDs with students under 16, hindering their access to essential health information. And to quote a famous meme, who set that system up? The rising rates of STIs are a direct result of the lack of sex education we have in schools. If we're serious about healthcare reform, we should be overhauling the system that perpetuates ignorance and stigma. That should start with this government being completely honest about the disturbing state our country is in. The stigma that is taking place surrounding STDs should not be taking place today. There have been numerous medical breakthroughs since 1981 regarding the nature of HIV and STDs. However, we have come a long way in terms of our statistics. According to UNAIDS, as of 2023, the HIV 15 to 49 prevalence rate is 0.9%, a drop from our 1.6 peak in 2003. However, there is still much more to be done. It's not enough to wait until persons are suffering mentally to treat both their diseases and poor mental states. The government should focus on outreach efforts that genuinely connect with the public emotionally and not just intellectually. Advocate for sexual education in schools because it's absolutely necessary. Also educate the parents as well so they can understand the importance of it. The age limit on sexually transmitted infections is non-existent, so we should refer to it and address it immediately. Don't let it be said, Mr. Speaker, that the avoidable downfall of this country's future is the fault of our health systems and this government. I hope that after all is said, that sedulous consideration is given to the approach of handling stigma surrounding STDs in Barbados. Mr. Speaker, I am obliged.
Thank you, honorable member. Madam Prime Minister, what point do you raise? Order. Order. Honorable member, on that point of information, I will request that you retract that statement as the law that you have quoted is no longer in operation on the island.
With respect to the House, I retract my statement.
Thank you, honorable member.
Good morning, honorable member. Good morning. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, Mr. Speaker. Today, we'd like to discuss healthcare, specifically mental health care as it relates to our healthcare professionals. Now, as we all may know, mental health care is at the pinnacle of everything we do in our day-to-day lives. According to Wikipedia, the definition of mental health is mental health encompasses our emotional, psychological, and social well-being. It influences cognition, perception, and behavior. It likewise determines how an individual handles stress, interpersonal relationships, and decision-making. But to expand on that, how does it affect us as human beings? Our mental health affects the way we deal with our day-to-day lifestyles, as stated previously, as it determines how we function in social and interpersonal environments, meaning it determines and also limits us in our day-to-day relations. To reinstate its importance, it's a commodity which plays such a high role in the fundamentals of our well-being, and it should never be taken lightly. But if we do not advocate for our nurses, who will? Which is why, as stated in the proposed resolution, we would like to impose or further emphasize the following to be noted as methods. Please take note of the Be It Resolved clause, subsection D, to develop a nurses' well-being and retention program. This program will address the specific needs and concerns of nurses by providing on-site wellness facilities, childcare assistance, improve the work-life balance initiatives, and recognition and reward programs. These measures aim to enhance nurses' well-being, retention, and career development, fostering a more supportive and fulfilling work environment. Now, I think this subsection of the resolution should be studied closely. The methods that we would like to impose are mental health checking points, more mental health awareness events, and mental health days as well, more blood pressure checkpoints, and random mental health evaluations for our nurses. Along with the childcare assistance, which is also listed, nurseries on site with childcare professionals to provide babysitting services if workers are unable to get childcare for long periods of time. As stated, they are overworked. Helping low-income employees pay a portion of childcare costs while they work or attend training programs. This not only encourages a work-life balance, but it can also help take a great load off of our employees, which is the aim. Recognition and reward programs. But to expand, these programs will go beyond monetary incentives, and it will aim to create an environment of appreciation and acknowledgement for our employees. They will be designed to acknowledge and reward employees for their contributions to the organizations, which would in turn boost them to do their jobs. To conclude, it is important to note that we do not discredit our current healthcare system. It would be inconsiderate to completely disregard the efforts put in by our healthcare professionals. Though our healthcare system may be good, we are striving for a great system, and further an excellent one. But as a society, the goal is progression. Therefore, we urge the government and our nation to take this matter seriously and unite as we handle it with great delicateness, considering our health is the most precious asset we have, both as individuals and an interdependent society. With that, I have
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, good day. Honorable members, it is a privilege to be here to speak on healthcare reform. Mr. Speaker, we know healthcare to be the physical and mental well-being of an individual. Simple and plain. But Mr. Speaker, when I look at this resolution, I thought that I would see the full inclusion of every participating party that is needed when we think about healthcare reform. When we think about healthcare reform, a section comes to mind: disabled people, Mr. Speaker. Throughout this resolution, I see nothing that caters to their needs, Mr. Speaker. Two simple things that disabled people need, Mr. Speaker, such as those who have wheelchairs. They need ramps, Mr. Speaker, to get up. They can't use the stairs, Mr. Speaker. They also need bathrooms that cater to their needs. But throughout this resolution, I see no catering to their needs, Mr. Speaker. And when we talk about healthcare reform, we must have a holistic approach when dealing with this type of topic. But, Mr. Speaker, I realized throughout this debate today that I heard everyone talking about the practitioners, such as the nurses. But what about the needs of the patients, Mr. Speaker? Have anyone took time out to talk to somebody that needs the health care, such as somebody with a non-communicable disease of sorts, Mr. Speaker? I took the time to talk to one of my dear friends who have a condition that is called cystic fibrosis, Mr. Speaker. And this condition causes mucus, a thick form of mucus, to be built up on his lungs and makes it hard for him to breathe, Mr. Speaker. When he first had this condition and his parents went to the ministry for help, they said, I can't help you. It took them going overseas to get the right diagnosis for him and for him to get the care he needed. Because in this country, cystic fibrosis is not a condition that is well known and able to be helped at that point in time, Mr. Speaker. Things like that is an issue, Mr. Speaker, because just like me and you, he is a Bajan. His life is important. So when we talk about health care, those things are crucial. Non-communicable diseases, yes, that is important. But the other diseases that are not mentioned, Mr. Speaker, is also important. And while talking to him, I realized, Mr. Speaker, that if it wasn't for his father's health care overseas, where would he be? Where would he truly be? He takes a medication that is called tacafrid. I think I'm pronouncing it wrong, but please, tacafrid. And it is $300,000 a year annually. The government does not contribute in no form or fashion to his everyday well-being with this condition that he has had for about, let me say, 20-something years. And the truth of the matter is that should not be. I understand that they have other things, the healthcare that is of more important due to the amount of people. But Mr. Speaker, it took his parents creating a foundation to help others with the same condition be able to seek out doctors from overseas and get the help. That shouldn't be. My solution is the Unknown Diseases Foundation, that at least some funds would be raised to put in, Mr. Speaker, for those different diseases that are not talked about as much as the NCDs, so they can still get some form of help. Because just as I would have said, his life is important just like me and you, because he is a Bajan. Home drums beat first. We can talk about the practitioners, but at the end of the day, the patient is important. I can go to school and learn how to be a doctor. But if when I become a doctor and I don't cater to any patients whatsoever, all of my schoolwork in vain. The point that I am trying to bring across is that the practitioner and the patient, they go hand in hand. It was stated throughout that the practitioners need better working environments. I can agree to that. But the patients also need good care as well, Mr. Speaker. It really does go hand in hand. So when we stand here today and talk about healthcare reform, let's have a holistic approach and not just looking at it from one perspective. Because each person plays a pivotal role, Mr. Speaker, in the reforming of our healthcare in our nation. So as we stand here today and as we get it and we bring across our speeches, let's remember that each of us at some point would have had to be in a healthcare situation, whether you went to the Queen Elizabeth, you went to a polyclinic, we all have been there. Can we all stand up and say, it was good, at the end I get too fast, I get a lollipop and I'm feeling sweet? Mr. Speaker, we have to be realistic. And the truth of the matter is that our healthcare in our society needs a lot of fixing up. But once we have a holistic report and work together, Mr. Speaker, I believe that our healthcare in this country can be for the better for you, for the practitioners, and everyone. And I am obliged to you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Although I may suggest that the reason why you did not get a lollipop is because we were trying to fight against high blood sugar, Honourable Member. So maybe next time you'll have another option available when you go to meet the polyclinic. Honourable Member from the government side, Jadon Wilson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I highlight to you the issue of non-communicable diseases in Barbados. In this current climate, we as a society unfortunately face the problem where many of our population have contracted these NCDs. Too many of the population regrettably suffer from diabetes and cardiovascular diseases, namely heart attacks and strokes. According to statistics from the World Bank, in 2019, 83% of our deaths were caused as a result of these same NCDs, which our citizens would have contracted. This figure is way too high, Mr. Speaker. In fact, this is 9% higher than the world's global average. And I dare say that we should be concerned as a society, and even those now coming out of the womb. Furthermore, in 2021, diabetes was prevalent among 18.7% of individuals in Barbados, which essentially shows us that almost 1 in every 5 Barbadians have diabetes. So if you walk on the streets, you look to your left, you look to your right, you look in front of you, and you look behind you, one of you possibly have diabetes. It must be noted that when the health of a nation is affected, this in turn threatens and places a significant burden on the country's welfare. Government will be forced to spend additional funds in the upkeep of healthcare and the provision of medication. Government will also be forced to increase the cost.
Honourable member, what point do you raise?
Sir, I raise on a point of order. The World Bank report, which the honourable member is referencing, states that diabetes prevalence was at 18.7% amongst adults. That's not every Barbadian, you know. I will urge the honourable member to stop misleading the public and stop engaging in the politics of fear-mongering and present the facts to this House. Thank you much, sir.
Thank you, honourable member.
As I was saying, governments will be forced to increase the cost of healthcare to individuals. For example, people may be required to pay for surgeries, and they will be subjected to be placed on long waiting lists, which then will happen until the government has the necessary funds to accommodate their issues. There are also serious implications when it comes to the social development in the country, and the unemployment rate will be significantly increased if these individuals are unable to work. The fact of the matter is that this situation is one which should not be taken lightly and needs to be addressed promptly to avoid the creation of a sickly nation, which in turn will further place a burden on the healthcare and the stakeholders involved. To this end, my government intends to create an environment to foster healthier lifestyles for the nation's people. This we will do by raising the current sugar tax on carbonated beverages and other unhealthy snacks. Additionally, we will implore the supermarkets and other producers of these fruit juices and other healthy alternatives to make the products more available and affordable for the population, so that there will be no disparities in the process. I also want to implore all parents to encourage their children to be involved in some area of sport and exercise, be this cricket, netball, road tennis, which is a very inexpensive sport. And I also want to encourage families to acquire drums and pots to plant their own ground provisions, as this significantly reduces the cost of their food bill and it promotes healthy living. Moreover, it is paramount to educate our youth from the primary to tertiary level as it relates to the importance of healthy living and the prevalence of NCDs. It is imperative that we save our nation's youth as we live in an aging population, and if our young people are sick by contracting these NCDs, we will have no one to take care of the older generation. So I implore Barbadians to take this with face. There's significant economic and health impacts which can be caused if we do not really look into this from the primary level. For all these reasons, Mr. Speaker, I want to support this resolution and invite the honourable members from the opposition to refrain from opposing this resolution and allow for us to improve the lifestyle of our people. Mr. Speaker, I apologize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I start off with 3 Ds: dedication, determination, and discipline the future doctors and nurses do for their dream. But when that dream turns into reality, regrets kick in like Barbados local anesthesia. Highlighting in the resolution paragraph 14, line 1, but insufficient pay and poor working conditions for healthcare practitioners lead to mistreatment in patients. Full stop. Mr. Speaker, this entire island is suffering from insufficient pay. But let me tell you something. the ones who are treating you for your illness to not be worsened, with the lack of medical resources, along with the cost of living in Barbados, figuratively speaking, giving treatment to the 10,000s with a first aid kit, where is their full pay? But hear this question, Mr. Speaker. When you and an individual had an argument, do you stoop your mouth at the whole world or only at that individual? I'm not saying sulk up and continue with your daily tasks, because mental health is real. These are people ensuring your health is stabilized. So yes, our nurses earned and deserve the utmost comfort and respect. In any way possible, continue on with the resolution still on paragraph 14. Widespread dissatisfaction among healthcare professionals implementing leads to a growing reliance on external medical services. People, the obvious is stated. If they are providing us with the full resources of what we need, we're definitely going to lean towards them. The fact is, these external services is not supported by the government sector, but is doing the job with 2 thumbs up. So, drop the one and pick up a need for a strength of motivation and rehabilitation, because it has been too long. We cannot want these people to go out their way for us when we cannot provide them the basic needs for it. So let's really sit down, review, and re-examine the problems of the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. Is it the lack of doctors, the lack of medical technologies, the lack of beds, the lack of medications, the poor respect given to nurses by hasty patients? Mr. Speaker, it's not even lacking one problem. It's not even lacking 2 problems. It's lacking all. But where to start, as all these problems are keen? Let me tell you, demolish and rebuild the building. Barbados, we can do better. I know we could do better. Bear in mind, nurses are not waitresses, knowing more food is to be served. Nurses and doctors are not stockers, stocking a shelf, knowing more items are to be stocked. Nurses have seen latest smiles of a patient. Doctors have seen the last frown of a patient. It is mandatory for them to have the utmost comfort and respect. And by that being said, Mr. Speaker, I am obliged to you.
Order in the House, please do not damage the poverty of where we are. We would like to return if needed to have another debate. I remember you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, last time I spoke on this issue of healthcare reform in Barbados, I would have spoke of George Washington and his days in Barbados, and how that dates back to the early beginnings of medical tourism in this island. Today, I'll mention another American hero, Maya Angelou. She quotes, "A chain is only as strong as its weakest link." Is it not also true a society can only be as healthy as its sickest citizen? Many may hear this message and run with the second part of it, but the first part is most essential to me. Why I say this, Mr. Speaker? Because our nurses and our other medical professionals are the key links within our healthcare chain of operations. By providing retention care and other opportunities for our nurses to feel appreciated and seen and valued, we can have them operating in a comfortable facility so that they can provide proper quality care to each and every single Barbadian citizen. The main attention that my friend on the other side has mentioned about demolishing the entire QEH, it is going 6 years, I believe now. She mentioned demolishing the building, but that is not the
Honourable
answer.
member, no use of the words she, him.
Sorry, the
or
honourable
words
member
other
mentions
members.
demolishing the building, but that's not the answer. The correct answer to this, however, Mr. Speaker, would be acknowledging the problems within the institution and then addressing them directly so that members within the working members can feel comfortable so that they can offer the quality care that I mentioned. The Ministry of Health is not just that, it's the Ministry of Health and Wellness. Wellness not only of patients, but of the workers within it as well, from the top right down to the very bottom, including the groundsmen. Making sure that each and every single staff at the QEH and the polyclinics have adequate resources so that they can, 1, feel comfortable, 2, have a life outside of work, and 3, provide effective care. This would overall broaden the Barbados healthcare system so that we can take in others from overseas. Now, medical tourism now. This is essential to growing Barbados' healthcare system. It's an undeniable fact. As one member further up would have mentioned, medical tourism in the world has grown immensely over the past decade. Mexico takes in millions of Americans annually just so that they can have dental care. Dental care overseas in USA would be so expensive. If they go to Mexico, it'll be 90% cheaper. 90% cheaper. Many Americans speak English. Barbados' main language is English. By expanding our medical tourism field, we can have many persons coming here for one, our beautiful beaches, two, having their own procedures, and three, speaking a language that they can understand. Mr. Speaker, healthcare reform in Barbados is not just an effort by this government, but it's an effort of every single Barbadian. We have to first look at ourselves and understand that each and every single institution has a role to play, especially with private and private-public partnerships. The QEH is one part of it, polyclinics another, but also include the universities of Ross, UE, and the American University of Barbados. When we went to the polyclinic last week, Mr. Speaker, I saw 2 Ross students there. They were in there assisting or whatever way with the doctors, and that's something I want to implore more, to have more students of these universities included in our healthcare system. This is also part of medical tourism. So persons come to this island of Barbados not only to train, but also to add to our own healthcare system. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I oblige you.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, is this one? Yeah. This one. Mr. Speaker, honourable members, specially invited guests, members of the media, good afternoon. Today I stand before you to address the critical issue which the honourable members on the other side have failed to fully address within this resolution brought before this honourable chamber today. So, Mr. Speaker, I plan to remind them of exactly what is truly beneficial to the people of Barbados. I am speaking about the threat that shakes the very foundation of our healthcare system, the retention of our skilled nursing professionals. As Barbados continues to develop and evolve, Mr. Speaker, the challenges of healthcare reform will only become more complex. Therefore, it is imperative that we prioritize strategies to prevent the brain drain of our talented and beyond dedicated nurses. The loss of our nurses to foreign countries has always been a significant setback for our healthcare system. How, you may ask, Mr. Speaker? Well, it not only deprives us of expertise, but it also strains our already limited resources, especially within the primary and acute areas of health. To address this crisis, we must first create a more conducive environment for nursing professionals. It fosters their well-being, their personal development, and the retention of our nursing staff. While the proposed nurse well-being and retention program is a commendable step in the right direction, we must go beyond and above for the people of Barbados, because that is what they deserve. In addition to the measures outlined in the resolution, I urge the government, Mr. Speaker, to consider the following and return with a resolution reflecting the hands worked, Mr. Speaker. I am sure they put in. Firstly, competitive compensation. Offer competitive salaries and benefit packages to that comparable of other countries, especially within the Caribbean region. For instance, registered nurses in Jamaica earn approximately $1,200 to $2,000 USD per month, while their counterparts in Trinidad and Tobago earn between $1,800 and $3,000 USD per month, Mr. Speaker. By matching or exceeding these salary levels, Barbados can attract and retain nursing talent. Surely, Mr. Speaker, as a country, we are capable of better supporting those who continuously support us. Additionally, professional development opportunities, invest in continuing education programs, mentorship initiatives, opportunities for specialization to enhance the skills and career prospects of our nurses. Moreover, recognition and rewards. Establish a system that recognizes and rewards excellence for nursing practice, which will in turn foster a sense of pride and accomplishment. Things such as awards and honors, Mr. Speaker, recognize outstanding nurses with awards such as things as Nurse of the Year, Excellent in Patient Care, Clinical Nursing Specialist of the Year, public recognition, highlight achievements of our nurses through media campaigns, social media, and community events, create advancement opportunities, provide clear pathways for the careers
Honourable
and
member, at what point do you
progression.
raise? Honourable member, I think your fellow government members are trying to communicate something with you.
Now, please have a seat and figure what you're trying to do.
Please, opposition, allow the government to have the floor at this moment in time.
According to the Glassador.com.hk, the average Barbadian nurse makes about $1,650 USD.
Honourable member, please have a seat. The government is doing a little too much right now. Please, opposition member.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the honourable member for that statement. That means we need to pay them more. Career advancement opportunities. Provide pathways to cater the progression and leadership roles of our nurses and also offer specialization opportunities. Mentorship programs. Establish programs to support new nurses and help them to further develop their skills. Peer recognition, where nurses can nominate their fellow colleagues for excellence in their practice, Mr. Speaker. And finally, regional collaboration. Mr. Speaker, are we not a country a part of CARICOM? Are we not?
Honourable member, please have a seat.
Can we not band together with other member countries to find a way to provide opportunities for our nurses to gain experience and skills within this region? Recall the historical presidents of Barbadian doctors training at UWI Mona, the Jamaican campus. Also known as the birthplace of modern medicine in the Caribbean region. This reciprocal arrangement can be extended to our nursing professionals to further enhance their skills and broaden their perspectives. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, before the government does, we can implement comprehensive measures. It is we who can change the stigma around nursing. And in doing so, we can cater to the greater incentive for the next generation of nursing professionals for this year, Barbados. And as far as I know, Mr. Speaker, Bashti ain't gonna mend a gaping wound, Mr. Speaker, and so by actively investing in their development and creating a supportive environment, we can ensure a high quality and sustainable healthcare system. And with that, I am obliged to you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honourable member. In the spirit of fairness, now that the honourable member on the opposition side has finished his statements, I will allow you to stand.
I rise on the point of order. The opposing side mentioned that the Trinidad and Jamaicans make about $1,500 USD to $3,000 USD, and he mentioned that we are not matching that. But however, the average Barbadian nurse makes $1,650 USD.
Honourable member, you've made that point before. I'm trying to understand what it is that you're trying to get at.
What I'm trying to say is that he is being controversial to his own
other
point.
member is as honourable member, not he.
The other one, the opposing side, honourable member, they are not aligning their point to the facts.
Honourable member, please have a seat at this point. Honourable member Enmore, would you like to respond to this statement?
Speaker, I said we can match or exceed, and with that, I am obliged to you.
Thank you, honourable member. Honourable member, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I would again ask that you would implore the members of the House not to read. That's all, sir. Thank you.
Honourable member, if you stand again on another point of order that is not conducive to this debate that we're having, I'm going to ask you to remain seated. You will forfeit your speaking time, sir. Recognizing honourable member Davison Griffith, you now have the floor.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, all honorable members. Good afternoon, sorry. Mr. Speaker, what is health? Health is a state of complex physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the ambers of diseases or infirmity. I will be speaking on poor working conditions for healthcare workers, ambulance service in Barbados, working towards removing partially hydrogenated foods, and why we must do this, the lack of nurses and doctors. Mr. Speaker, poor working conditions for healthcare workers. Over the years, the working conditions for healthcare workers have played a big part on their work lives, not having the conditions suitable for them. We know the challenges that the healthcare workers face every day, not having supplies needed, short of supplies, AC units on wards not working, and the list can go on and on. We know that the hospital and polyclinics around Barbados is crying for investments to cater all Barbadians and the working environment for healthcare workers. That is why the government is investing $175 million in the Queen Elizabeth Hospital and investing sums of money in polyclinics to cater all Barbadian people and the employees of the healthcare system. Barbados have 10 ambulances which can lead to poor ambulance service. Over the years, we have seen incidents occurring that the ambulance service could not cater to in time, leaving citizens to be rushed to the hospital by private vehicle and not getting the treatment they needed before arriving. This is a call for investing in ambulance to cater all Barbadian people and tourists that visiting this beautiful island, and also investing in paramedics as well. Working towards removing partially hydrogenated foods. Barbados is working towards removing food that contains partially hydrogenated fats, also known as trans fats, from its food supplies by December 2025. Because of non-communicable diseases such as diabetes and cardiovascular diseases and cancer, a scientific burden on the healthcare system in Barbados. In Barbados, to 83% of deaths as per to the World Bank 2019, with diabetes at 18.7% among adults in 2021.
Member, you have a really well-structured speech. I can see that. But I've already implored everyone to not read from their speeches. Because you have such a well-structured speech, I'm going to give you a warning. Please refrain from reading. Allude to your speeches, but don't read from it. Please continue without reading, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Among the adults in 2021 and high cancer rate. Mr. Speaker, we know the government have already started the healthy eating programs in our schools. However, if we improve school meals, nutrients, encouraging healthcare programs in our homes and communities, we can prevent the non-communicable diseases and cities rates from increasing in Barbados. The lack of nurses and doctors. The healthcare system in Barbados is experiencing shortages of nurses and doctors in the Queen Elizabeth Hospital and polyclinics across the island. That's why the government bring nurses, that's why we had nurses from Ghana to help with the slow process. Reasons being the former Minister of Health comes as he said, the major reason for the shortages over the years have been the regional exam, the nursing exam. The former minister explains that the percentages of passing among the graduates from the Barbados Community College, BCC, taking the exam was not at the level it needed to be. But we still need our own specialized nurses and doctors in Barbados. This is a call for action. For young people or people that want to be nurses, that you have to step up. But a wise man told me, Mr. Speaker, if you have an opportunity for free and it is good, do not take it for granted. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, we may not be able to compete with the global north
the global north wage, but if we improve nursing working areas, showing them love and appreciation, I am sure many will stay in Barbados. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I oblige to you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Member, before you begin your speech, I'm going to encourage you not to break your personal property or the property of the place in which we are currently staying. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I stand here today to oppose another vaguely written and overly optimistic resolution, the healthcare reform resolution, that is. It identifies problems that it cannot solve, Mr. Speaker, sir. It is riddled with weakness, it lacks depth, and it fails to provide concrete, innovative solutions to the very problems it identifies, sir. It is clearly having an identity crisis. Mr. Speaker, I'm not here to speak just on section A, B, C, and apparently that's how far the alphabet goes for them. But Mr. Speaker, I'm here to speak on the endless amount of whereases that identifies problems but give no solutions. We were told that in cities like diabetes and cardiovascular diseases and cancer contributes to 83% of the deaths in Barbados. This is not a revelation. It is a national crisis. Diabetes affects 18.7% of the adults, yet we have nothing in this resolution that directly addresses the root cause of these diseases. Where are the robust public health campaigns? Where are the emphasis on prevention, on early detection, on community-based innovations? Nowhere, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I agree that our healthcare system is outdated. We know it lacks technological innovations needed to improve outcomes.
Honourable Member, I'm seeing a little too much reading happening here. And as an experienced member of this House, I believe that you should be able to carry yourself with a little more finesse when it comes to expressing your points.
No problem, Mr. Speaker. Does it talk about training healthcare workers to use technology or ensuring they know how to use it, Mr. Speaker? Not at all. The resolution acknowledges healthcare professionals fleeing the country to seek better opportunities abroad, leaving us with a 40% nursing vacancy, Mr. Speaker. But again, what's the solution? Nothing but empty promises about wellness programs and childcare assistance, as though a few yoga classes going all of a sudden change nurses' mind from abandoning ship. Where is the sustainable salary increase, sir? Where are the initiatives to bring back medical professions from overseas? They're absent, sir. Another issue the resolution identifies is a lack of mental health resources, especially for those with chronic illnesses like cancer and HIV. What are the big ideas for solving this, Mr. Speaker? Nothing. Crickets. There is not a single meaningful suggestion in this resolution. Nowhere. Now let's move on to the clauses A, B, C, and D. These are supposed to be solutions to the problems I just mentioned. But guess what? They solve absolutely nothing. They want to allocate funds to healthy diet options through public-private partnerships.
Honourable Member, on the fact that you are still reading from your notes, and I did say that I was going to give a minute penalty for speaking. Your time is now concluded. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Honourable Speaker on the other side irrationally mentioned, we should rely on others to invest in our healthcare system. Mr. Speaker, let me ask you a question. Is it a charity's job to provide healthcare? for our citizens? Is it a third party's job to loan us money to invest in equipment for our people? According to United Nations Treaty Collection website, Barbados ratified the International Convention on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights on March 20th, 1980. This treaty is a part of the domestic law, meaning the government is obligated to protect, respect, and fulfill the right to health. Therefore, healthcare is not only a human right, it is a law of Barbados. Moreover, according to the World Health Organization, it states, and I quote, "The enjoyment of the highest attainable standard of health is one of the fundamental rights of every human being." Additionally, on the United Nations Human Rights website are a list of elements. These elements are also known as the Alma Ata Declaration, which was adopted by the United Nations and the World Health Organization in 1978. These elements are accessibility, acceptability, accountability, availability, partnership, and quality. It is no secret, Barbados is heavily dependent on tourists who heavily demand cosmetic and advanced surgery. Hence, this increases our exposure to new illnesses and diseases like malaria. Therefore, we need to invest in facilities and medical equipment to protect our people and our guests. While on the topic of investment into health, I think it's fair we consider medical tourism, mentioned in subsection C. Investing in medical tourism will meet the demand of tourists and neighboring islands in the Caribbean. According to FortuneBusinessInsights.com, the medical tourism market was worth $24.14, not million, but billion dollars in 2023. Additionally, investing into medical tourism by implementing cosmetic procedures like nose jobs and advanced surgery like cardiovascular surgery brings in revenue into the country. It is clear both parties want the best for our country. But where are we going to get the money? A member of the opposing side irrationally stated that they did not know if we was talking about healthcare or cosmetic surgery. But can we go to a charity for everything that we need? After all, they're not obligated to at all. Moreover, however, we can use the revenue from medical tourism to better polyclinics, the lives of healthcare workers, invest in educating persons about NCDs, HIVs, and other illnesses and diseases, and purchase vaccines for the little ones, as the honorable member of the other side previously mentioned. And most importantly, investing into the QEH, also known as the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. Rather than demolishing an entire building, you can use the buildings around Barbados that are already built and just, do a little renovation. And we can do that with the revenue that we get from medical tourism. Someone can argue we're spending too much money in healthcare, but the average Barbadian could not afford healthcare if the government did not step in. According to Nubero.com, the cost of living index is currently 76.6, which is the second highest in the Caribbean. Minimum wage is $680 monthly, according to Movefruit.com. If we only attack the few that could afford to pay for health care, it would deter them from their jobs. After all, I could get the same treatment for free, which will be leading to a high potential of a higher unemployment rate. Moreover, investing in equipment and facilities will be beneficial to all Barbadians, especially the disabled and those suffering from mental illnesses, and also those suffering from poor mental health, by improving access to care and enhancing treatment quality. If we invest in the Queen Elizabeth Hospital and polyclinics equipment, it will improve efficiency and open job opportunities for Barbadians, killing two birds with one stone. Overall, investments promote inclusion, support, and improved quality of life. Furthermore, it is not fair for the government to invest in medical students for them to go to another country. But I have a solution. What about a contract? If the government pays for your tuition, you work for me for 8 to 10 years. I feel that's fair.
Honorable member, what point do you raise?
Order the honorable member clearly does not know what happens when you take out student loans in this country. So if she had listened to the debate on education transformation and attended the training sessions, she would have known and understood that such an agreement is
Honorable
already in
member,
place.
that's what you meant to say, right? Honorable member?
Yeah, sorry. If the honorable member had listened to the debate, she would have understood that.
Honorable
this
member,
agreement is already
please have
in
a
place.
seat.
Thank you, sir.
Please have a seat, sir. Thank you. Honorable member, Rashanda, please begin to wrap up your speech. You've elapsed your time.
Okay, no problem. Lastly, an honorable member mentioned, on the opposite side, by the way, that we have a burdensome healthcare system. But if we implement ideas I have previously mentioned about our healthcare system, our healthcare system will thrive like it never before. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I am obliged.
Thank you very much, honorable member. Honorable member Zahara Richard, I recognize you. You have the floor.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker, honorable members. Healthcare reform must address the underlying causes, such as lack of knowledge about proper eating habits. Simply investing in agriculture and stating the issues that need to be addressed is not enough. We must also robustly promote healthy eating habits and take action. In fact, primary health care is the foundation of health system. Ensuring that everyone remains healthy, receives care when they need it. Healthcare includes eating well, exercising, getting enough sleep, and having a stress-free mindset. Simply putting money in will not be effective. Instead, adopting a healthier lifestyle will help improve healthy healthcare. Mr. Speaker, I have a question for you. How many healthcare education centers are in Barbados? According to Peter Burnham, a Harvard professor of global health systems and economics, state that health sector reforms are a long-term challenge aimed at increasing health sector's efficiency, equality, and effectiveness. As a result, the reform should be centered on financial stability, sustainability, equity, efficiency, and quality. Increasing important factors such as decentralization, public and private sector mid-support and willingness, and outsourcing contracts should be prioritized in order to boost healthcare funding and promote healthy eating habits. Eating principles. This includes improving quality of healthcare, cutting expenses, and expanding physical and medical care. In fact, labeling food products is also essential to promote healthy eating habits. In schools, we should develop a brand of diet of healthy lifestyles. Reducing brain drain and maintaining a more stable and efficient healthcare environment should be benefit to the children of this nation. In fact, labels must clearly disclose whether a product has potentially unhealthy ingredients in products such as too much sugar, salt, or saturated fat in our schools and across the economy. Let's get back to the basics. Eating well and exercising will help us avoid diseases, right? Let us create a more powerful campaign in schools, on social media, television, radios, and with banners to encourage healthy eating and risk avoidance. The government needs to go as hard as they did when ICC cricket was held in Barbados. Mr. Speaker, the 3 Ps in public healthcare are prevention, protection, and promotion. As previously stated, prevention is better than cure. As a result, everyone deserves access to health care. First and foremost, the quality of care needs to improve. Well, if you ever attend a public hospital or clinic, You will likely witness unprofessional behaviors from some nurses and doctors. But in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, healthcare practitioners hold the key to healthcare reform and progress. Prioritizing the requirements can result in higher quality service, which can increase motivation to promote healthcare. In reality, when the public sees a change that is available to everyone, many people will perform better. But let us not approach this duty as merely a job. And as for that, Mr. Speaker, I oblige you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, citizens of Barbados at home watching. Today we have gathered to discuss the issue that has affected our society for years. This topic is none other than public health. Public health is not just a hospital, it's not just polyclinics, but it's the persons who put in the hours every single day, who go to work, who make sure that when you go to the polyclinic, that you can seek some kind of treatment and help. These persons work in this system every single day. They don't just go to get help, but every day. They go home, they think about patients. They wake up, think about patients. These professionals who are the gears in the healthcare system, who do the work, must receive treatment for their mental well-being. It is vital that these persons are prioritized and taken care of by this government. We recognize the healthcare system is nothing without our doctors and nurses. We must not leave them on the back burner. We must not leave them behind. We must not leave them as an afterthought. A burnt-out, tired nurse is not working at their full ability. We cannot afford to put these persons in a situation where mistakes can be made. We cannot let them go to work feeling tired, like, and somebody come in there and they're looking for help, and you can't get that sincere care because of how tired they are. They're worried about the children. They're worried about how much sleep the men get, how much sleep the one get tonight. Mind preoccupied. A high-stress environment is not a good one. For example, the infamous accident and emergency. There are currently 43 persons living at the QH hospital. That is 2 wards. This has caused a ripple effect that has traveled all the way down to accident and emergency. And let's not forget the persons that go in there with a little bruise, feeling dizzy. I feel so good, nurse. And you going in there at accident and emergency. And we got all these shootings happening all the time. And then you will quarrel, you will call in on down to brass tacks, upset. I had to wait hours in accident and emergency. When you have a polyclinic in your district, you have a polyclinic in your parish, and you went all the way down to help burden the accident and emergency, to overwork the nurses and the doctors down there at QEH, because it's just the hospital, but it's only one hospital in Barbados. Nevertheless, workplace morale. What about these nurses interacting with one another? What about these doctors that have to speak and tell the nurses what medication to give them? If you're upset and you don't like the environment you're in, you're going to speak with your workmates badly. And what's going to happen? These nurses that interact with patients, they're also going to treat them badly. They're going to have bad attitudes. And then what's going to happen? Once again, the calling point down the brass tacks. Laying hot. Man, I went down there at QH, that nurse, I chewed this stink. I didn't like it at all. But what about if we provide wellness spaces? What about if we think about these nurses? What about if we provide safe spaces? We make sure that they're getting enough sleep. We make sure that they have child care facilities. They don't have to worry about the children. We take less burden off of them so that they can prioritize the health of this nation. Must we wait for another pandemic? Must we wait for when social media decides that these nurses are important? What must we wait on? Why can't it be done now? Why must we not treat these persons like human beings and not just rely on them like machines to fix us when we're broken? In conclusion, I would like to urge not only the members of the opposition, but the members of Barbados, the citizens. When you go to QEH or your polyclinic in your area, have some kind of respect. Be patient. These persons go there every day. They're understaffed. Be nice. Say good morning. Sometimes you had hurting and you don't think about the other person. Just say good morning. Be nice. Be patient. If they tell you have to wait because the doctor running late, don't behave bad. Just wait. Just wait. Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Mr. Speaker, specially invited guests, honorable members, good afternoon. Mr. Speaker, as was mentioned earlier today, we have a 40% nursing vacancy across the Caribbean, and we acknowledge that our nurses do need more incentives, they need better benefits, they need a lot of different things. However, Mr. Speaker, our nursing students are also in need. And we, as members of the Caribbean, we are going to expect that when they graduate from nursing school, they're going to fill the 40% vacancy. And that number, 40%, is too high, in my opinion. And unlike the members of the government, I don't care for a BBL, but I care for my nursing students. Right? I care for my nursing students. I don't know if they want a Bajan version of BBL Drizzy. Never. But moving on. I had an interview conversation type thing with the president of the Barbados Student Nurses Association, Mr. Danny Mears, and he would have shed some light on a few things for me. Firstly, the Barbados Community College Nursing Department is in need of tutors. They're understaffed, severely understaffed, I kid you not. In times when they would usually have 2 tutors teaching courses, they only have 1. Sometimes when they're doing like a practical, clinical, there's no tutor there to guide them. And that is a big issue. And I noticed that earlier, an honorable member on the government side said that there was a complaint that the level of that BCC nursing students are at is not up to standard, and it cannot be up to standard, Mr. Speaker, if they have no guidance from tutors. Honestly and truthfully, Mr. Speaker, he even said to me that, the difference between being at BCC and being at the QEH, what they were taught is something a little different, which is a big problem. And he even said to me that it impacts their mental health. And a few health sciences students spoke to me when we had a class, and we were just having a psychology discussion, and we were talking about consciousness and sleep. They were telling me, the workload is like way too much. We only sleep 4 hours, 3 hours, and I was like, 4 hours of sleep? I can't. I need more than 4 hours of sleep. That's just me personally. How about you, Mr. Speaker? You agree, right? Yes. So this is a huge issue, and the resolution does not say anything about my nursing students. The honorable members on the government side could stand on a point of order and correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't see anything here in this one sheet of paper that speaks anything about my nursing students. And give me a moment, Mr. Speaker. I'm a little emotional about this because I do love them. I love all of them. So please bear with me for a moment, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, time is still running, and
I'm sorry,
although I
Mr.
will
Speaker.
bear with you, there's only so much I can do.
Mr. Speaker, honestly and truthfully, they do provide a stipend for nursing students. Were you aware? I was made aware of that when I spoke to Mr. Danny Mears. And he said there was just a little confusion. Let me quote the article. There's a Nation article where they did an interview in 2022 with the then Minister of Health. My apologies for not remembering the name at this moment. And the government would have resumed the stipends given to nursing students to give them added incentives to encourage people to join nursing program, and not only just join the nursing program, but to assist their families with some of the costs. Because when you have to buy the nursing uniform, you have to buy different equipment, gloves, and all sorts of things. That is expensive, very,
remember,
very
just
expensive.
1 moment, I'm going to call for order in the court, in the house. Is that the amount of cross-talking is beginning to rise, and it's making it difficult for the honourable member to continue her speech with clarity. So please limit the cross-talking and allow the person who is speaking to have the floor. Thank you very much.
And
Honourable
me,
member,
Mr.
this
Speaker.
is a place
Yes,
to
Mr. Speaker.
represent. Hold yourself together,
I'm trying to
honourable
calm
member.
myself together,
Please
Mr.
do.
Speaker.
Yes, ma'am.
How much time do I have left, please?
You are out of time right now. I'm going to give you another 30 seconds, but you are really and truly out of time. Please hold yourself together and bring the speech to a close. Thank you very much.
In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, how can that government over there expect our nursing students to fill the 40% vacancy in the Caribbean if they don't have enough tutors? How can you expect them to go out and deal with people's health? They're emotionally, they're
Honourable member, your
burdened.
30 seconds are up. I'd
And
like to have you to
I-
have a seat. Thank you very much. Honourable member, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon. I hear a lot of members talking about investing, but how could a country with an economy which is struggling and a country that is more focused on maintaining rather than being innovative and creating and propelling, invest? Where are you going to get the funds? It doesn't make any sense. No, it makes me wonder if those who are speaking know what it means to reform. So let me educate you. To reform means to make change. Healthcare reform means to make change within healthcare. But the change doesn't just start at the hospital, at the doctor's office, or at the polyclinic. It starts at home. And I know some of you may say that Barbadians don't have the resources, but I will speak certain things and I will see who agrees with me and who disagrees. So it all boils down to civics, economics, and common sense. So one of the honorable members spoke about community gardens. No, for me, I don't necessarily, as a human, not speaking as a member of parliament, but I don't necessarily agree with the idea of community gardens based on the fact that 2 men were killed in a field for picking yams, right? Then on another separate occasion, a man was stabbed for picking a breadfruit, right? So a breadfruit is something that just falls on the ground and is decomposed. And it's not like the man jump over a fence to thief the breadfruit or anything like that. The man see it on the ground and pick it up, but the man got killed for it. So to me, that says that a lot of Barbadians are selfish. And then it draws to the idea now that Barbadians should grow their own foods. But many Barbadians are lazy and want to be spoon-fed. So, in my opinion, based on the fact that people are saying people should be taught in schools how to grow foods, doesn't make any sense because we're in 2024. And most people should be able to Google because they have the resources at public libraries. Most people, or they have the resources at home. Most people should be able to Google with technology on how to grow. But most people don't want to invest the time in themselves, right? So then some people will say that, Barbados is a country that growing bananas and fruits. How comes we don't just sell our own fruits? Well, based on the economy, if you know anything about civics or economics, you will tell yourself, well, the country is used imports and exports for a certain reason. And one of those reasons is for the GDP, which it relates to the value that was added or created on a product or service in a country during a specific period of time. So I would say that Barbados exporting and importing goods is good on the economy based on the fact that Barbados, not only when you look at the charts and you see that the island is on the list for having a high GDP, the country is marketing itself. So other people will say that you shouldn't be buying fruits on the side of the road, which in my opinion doesn't make any sense because it would be harder and more expensive for Barbadians if the country were to stop importing fruits and vegetables because it would create a monopoly. Because as I said before, most people don't want to put in the work. So then now it will create a space now where the people that are putting in the work can raise the prices even more or make it harder. You understand? And it will cause a problem within society. Now, people and the honorable members on the opposition side are blaming the government, but the government can only do what they can do. And within schools, history isn't being taught about the history of Barbados. History is being taught about political history and religious history, right? So, in my opinion, I would say that Barbados doesn't have a culture because based on that fact, history should be based on the culture of Barbados and events that were happening based on the past. But even in countries like Canada, America, Africa, their history involves their culture. But Barbados, history involves the political aspect, the religious aspect, or Africa, which I don't know how I get to that conclusion, but Africa, right? So Barbados, where the culture is concerned right now, Barbados is borrowing an image of different nations and countries, right? To put something into one, to portray something. But Barbados doesn't have a culture. If Barbados were to focus on the culture, Barbados would realize the reason why we're so far behind. And one of the reasons we're so far behind is due to the lack of common sense. For example, when I visited the hospital, one of the directors were stating that they rather use paper because technology could be hacked. So you can't hack the brain. But in my head, I was saying, well, if she's dead and gone, what's going to happen to the information in she brain, right? So I was saying, no, rather than focusing on the fact that technology could be hacked, you should be focusing on the fact that there's cybersecurity. So that made me ask myself, well, these people that are talking are in certain positions.
Honorable member, your time is elapsed, so please wrap up.
They probably don't know anything about technology. So I tell myself, well, these people should be thinking about putting the resources so that the country now can focus on cybersecurity, and the people with the skills for cybersecurity now won't be forced to leave the country to find better jobs, better pay, and we will build up these systems. Right. People saying now that the rich, the country that's focused...
Honorable member, I've asked you to wrap up, and you seem to be willing to continue the speech.
How much time I got left, Mr. Speaker?
Sir, you've well past the time, so please have a seat.
I oblige.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure how I'm going to follow up after that wonderful speech from the honorable member of the government side. I would like to point out that one of the cases referenced by said honorable member, where 2 young boys were killed in a field, I would have covered that case in a law class, and I would just like to point out, in case you did not know, they were killed for trespassing, not taking up people's food. But moving on to my speech.
Honorable member, what point do you raise?
I raised on a point of order. The point wasn't the fact that they were trespassing. The point was stating the fact that Bajans are selfish. You understand?
Okay. Now, on to my speech. As we stand to debate this resolution, which rightly acknowledges the dire state of our healthcare system and proposes several steps towards reform, I must raise a key issue that I believe this resolution inadequately addresses: our over-reliance on imported goods and services within the healthcare sector. Now, this not only threatens the efficiency of our healthcare system, but also our national sovereignty and economic stability. 90%. Mr. Speaker, Barbados imports nearly 90% of its medical equipment and supplies, from the needles we use for vaccinations to the chemotherapy drugs required to treat our cancer patients. Barbados is overly reliant on foreign suppliers for these essential medical goods. Now, this dependency is one that makes us very vulnerable, right, to the fluctuations of international prices or global supply chains. The resolution, while full of well-meaning initiatives, does little to address the fundamental weakness at the heart of our healthcare system that leaves us in this precarious position. The government speaks of improving salaries, modernizing facilities, and increasing funding. But where are the strategies to build self-sufficiency? Why not invest in pharmaceutical research and development or in medical manufacturing sector so we can create our own needles for vaccinations or our own basic medications? Now, look no further than the COVID-19 pandemic to see the effects of this dependency. Many of us recall the critical shortages of personal protective equipment, ventilators, and basic medication. Our healthcare workers were left to operate under dangerous conditions because we could not access the necessary resources quickly enough. And yet, here we are, several years later, with little to no effort to reduce this dependency on imports. Now, Mr. Speaker, we must ask ourselves, why are we not producing more of these basic medications and medical supplies right here in Barbados? We have the talent, we have the innovation. What we lack is the political will and long-term vision necessary to reduce our dependence on imports. In a time where global supply chains are more vulnerable than ever, why should we not seek to produce as many of these basic medications domestically? Why not invest in the said local pharmaceutical research and whatnot, partner with the University of the West Indies, or even try to create a Caribbean-wide healthcare system where we can work with regional partners, our CARICOM neighbors, to pool resources and reduce our collective dependency on international suppliers. The government's resolution does mention expanding medical tourism, which I agree has potential, but how can we attract international patients when we ourselves are dependent on foreign markets for critical treatments? The substandard quality of care in our public hospitals, exacerbated by our reliance on these imported goods, will only serve to undermine these efforts. Mr. Speaker, we must also address the impact of this dependency on our local healthcare professionals. Nurses, doctors, and technicians are forced to work with outdated or inadequate equipment. This not only compromises patient care, but contributes to the brain drain as our talented medical professionals seek better conditions abroad. Now, it's not just about the salaries that the government speaks about. It's about the tools required for these professionals to do their jobs, right? If we want to have our nurses, or if we want to talk about nurse retention and whatnot and raising the rates of nurses that exist in the Caribbean, then we have to start looking at the actual facilities that they are subject to working to in our workforce. Now, Mr. Speaker, I call on this government to amend this resolution to include tangible plans to reduce our dependence on imports. I propose that we not only expand pharmaceutical research and development and develop a medical manufacturing sector, but also prioritize technology transfer. We in Barbados have a big issue where we love to build a lot of new things, but when it comes to the conversation of upkeep and keeping those facilities brand new and working, then we start to falter a little bit. Over at the Barbados Community College, we have a lot of issues.
Member, please begin to wrap up your speech.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, over at the Barbados Community College, we have a lot of issues with infrastructure where a lot of buildings are no longer usable despite being some of the most brand new buildings. So what I say is that we also prioritize not just bringing in this new technology, but also making sure that we have the knowledge to maintain and use this technology to the best of their abilities. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I oblige.
Thank you. Yes, honourable member, you have your speaking time at for 5 minutes. None has been redacted. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, honourable members of this House, and specially invited guests. Before I go into the particulars of this excellent resolution, I have a question.
Order.
Does the opposition know what its position is? The opposition leader got up in here and he said that healthcare reform is not necessary. The leader of opposition business, lambasted the government, gave us a little bit of information about vaccinations, and then the rest was hot air. And all the persons next to them, he said she just got up, made noise, and opposed for opposing sake. I remember the last time I spoke in this honorable chamber, I made a comment which I had to retract, so I will not repeat it. But I really question, Mr. Speaker, if they really do care about the people of Barbados.
Leader of the opposition, what point do you raise?
Mr. Speaker, I raise on a point of order. The member constantly, sir, comes in here and tries to taint the reputation of the opposition. Have the member tried that statement? I never said, sir, that I do not care about the healthcare system, sir. He needs to try that statement.
Leader of the government business, he did not say that you do not order.
I never said that.
Order. The honorable member did not say that you do not care about the healthcare system. He said that you thought that there was no need for reform.
Which is the same thing.
Mr. Speaker, will I get back my time?
Please continue, honorable member.
Thank you, sir. Now, the government recognizes we are in a difficult position because we need to begin to put proactive programs in place to combat this issue of NCDs, but at the same time, we have to be reactive because we know it's a pressing issue. And what exacerbates this is the fact that we have an aging population, one of the most aging populations inside of the Caribbean region. And to some extent, it speaks about what our healthcare system is capable of, but it also shows us where we need to go. Now, with saying that, I also want to go into something that the Prime Minister would have said, and I think this is a cultural issue to some extent as well. We know the old people always talking about yams and potatoes. I hope back in the day they used to eat ground provisions and they used to have them healthy and strong. And the honorable member next to me would have spoken about culture. And I think that in Barbados we have developed a culture with regards to our eating habits that is detrimental to our health. And we have seen the government introduce taxes such as on sweet drinks, but education is essential, as the Prime Minister would have said. We need not to, just make eating unhealthy more expensive, but we need people to understand why they should eat healthy, make people want to eat healthy. It shouldn't be a situation where the government is forcing you, sir. We need to get Barbadians interested in their own health. Because we already know this country cannot sustain it. We cannot sustain it. I think persons were talking earlier about the debt. We know we cannot continue to go down this rabbit hole of pushing more and more money into healthcare, into what I would call reactive measures, and not look at the proactive side of things. Now, in the resolution, in section A, it speaks about increased investment in agriculture and nutrition. Now, I would have said just now, eating healthy in Barbados is fairly expensive. We know that's the truth. And if the government goes about this when we will make things easier for the farmers in Barbados. We would improve and we will increase in employment, and we will make eating healthier cheaper for the everyday Barbadian. And that is a good solution. It is a plan, and we have a solution. But on the other side, we just hear hot air. You can't do this, you can't do that. But majority of them, Mr. Speaker, do not want to offer us any solutions. Now, in section B, we see to enhance technological integration in healthcare. We understand that the healthcare system is inefficient, it is outdated. We know that's the truth. By using the money that has been granted to us by the IDB, we're going to correct the inefficiencies within our systems, make wait times shorter at the QEH, and it's going to improve the services that are provided, and it's also going to improve the quality of work that the healthcare providers can provide for the patients of Barbados. It is necessary that we go about these things, Mr. Speaker. And it baffles me that is the opposition that's going to get up in here and say the government's plan is ineffective, it's going to be ineffective, the government does not have enough of a plan. This, Mr. Speaker, I think speaks to the core issues at the center of our healthcare system. Now, Mr. Speaker, something that was not mentioned here, but that I think could be tied into the point of increased investment in agriculture and nutrition. We know that food security is an issue in Barbados. And over the last few days, we would have seen...
Honourable member, you had requested extra time. You're now going into that extra time that you were requested. So please begin to wrap up.
Thank you, sir. Now, the point I wanted to bring was a bit about climate change. And this is not to oppose the government, but this is, in fact, to support the Section A about increasing investment in agriculture and nutrition. Food security is something that is important in Barbados. We import a lot of our foods, but I think it is time that Barbadians start to plant and grow their own crop. Now, Mr. Speaker, obviously I'm limited by time, but I just want to say I support this government. I support this wonderful Prime Minister. And I support this concise resolution. And with that, I'm obliged to you.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, the opposition grieves with the public for the lives that have been lost due to poor health care in Barbados. I am mourning my grandmother who was subjected to a subpar health care system and has allowed her to succumb to her ailments. There is no denying that need for health care reform is imperative, but in its current state, it would be an injustice to the people of Barbados to support this resolution. I speak to Clause A and B, which outlines attempts to increase investments in agriculture and nutrition and to enhance technological integration in healthcare. Now, Mr. Speaker, an honourable member on the government side asks, where are we getting the money? And I believe that they should have answered that. Now, in the 2017 to 2018 estimates, the government allocated $244 million to the Ministry of Health and Wellness. But in 2024 to 2025, $236 million. $8 million short. That is on average $1 million deduction each year. And with inflation, healthcare is receiving less financial support. And we may need to remove the tent that is seemingly obstructing our vision because we still wonder why it is not getting any better. We need to purposefully invest in direct communication amongst all government healthcare centers like the polyclinics, the geriatric hospital, laboratories, and other institutions. We need to foster linkages for efficiency in the use of the collective resources so that patients can be processed in a reasonable manner and time. And this same principle of linkage can be applied to medical supplies. Just imagine the reduction in expenditure while we avoid wasting pharmaceuticals due to them not being efficiently used and consequently expiring. And as a stakeholder, no matter where I live, I should be able to go into any polyclinic in its 166 square miles and receive treatment. Now, the mission statement of the Ministry of Health and Wellness claims its purpose is to promote health, provide comprehensive health care, and ensure environmental concerns are considered in all aspects of national development. But is it living up to what it is meant to be? We speak a lot about physical well-being, but I cannot imagine someone who is on the brink of suicide will be too concerned about how much sugar is in a soft drink. A mother holds her womb sobbing for the loss of her only son due to crime and violence. What do you think she is eating tonight? Do you think she has even thought about eating? And what about the doctors and nurses? If their mental state is not well, how can they offer professional services to their patients? We need to create a recreational area for our healthcare providers. Now, another government member has highlighted that people need to choose to be healthy, but we need to provide an environment where people can afford to be healthy. An honorable member on the government side spoke to removing foods that contain hydrogenated fats. So when we take away the ramen from the supermarket stalls and replace it with a celery stick, explain that to the poor man that would use that pack of ramen to feed his 2 children. A cost of living with the price of an arm and a leg. And the only thing people can afford is we're killing them. heart attacks, strokes, and diabetes. We need to make healthy living affordable. And I know that we have gone on and on about the idea of growing crops with low glycemic index foods like the breadfruit project that is opposite Albury Plantation Restaurant. But, Mr. Speaker, this is what it looks like now. Breadfruit dry rot, like my church shoes that I wear since I was 6. And this is what we have to combat NCDs in this country. This is nothing but a playground for the green monkeys.
Honorable member, please begin to wrap up your passionate
Yes, I'm closing.
Thank you.
So in order to show the people of Barbados that we care and truly care, we have to get serious. I know the young people might say to get some bop, but what we really need is a resilient healthcare system that will deliver what is promised within its mission statement. Mr. Speaker, I am obliged to you.
Order. Order. Thank you very much. Honorable Member De Pisa, you have the floor.
Good morning. Sorry, everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon. A special good afternoon to all youth parliamentarians. No, Mr. Speaker, health doesn't solve itself. It needs all of us to come together as we eradicate this approach to this healthcare reform, Mr. Speaker. In Section D of the resolution, I have seen that we made an excellent point in it, improve work-life initiatives. And I would like to also expand on it to prove that it will be beneficial to our nurses here in Barbados. It made peace with imperfection program. Some people have high standards for themselves and feel pressure to work longer and harder to achieve them. Like all personality types, this has advantages and disadvantages. Well, detail-oriented staff can get great results. They are also at a higher risk of stress and burnout. Ultimately, managers are responsible for monitoring their team's workload and ensuring nobody overworks. But reports can help reduce their own stress by setting realistic targets, avoiding comparing themselves with others, and seeking help when they need it. I stand with the passing of this resolution because our healthcare providers in Barbados help the population, whether they are old, whether they are young. My grandmother, your grandmother. And with that, I oblige to you, Mr. Speaker.
Leader of Government Business. Okay. Marshall, could you please bring the mic up this direction?
Thanks. Good afternoon once again, Mr. Speaker, as well to the honorable members and the specially invited guests. My job today is just to provide the closing remarks as well as a brief recap of the debate. As I would have sat and listened, some of the solutions proposed by the opposition have a lot of validation, such as making Barbados a more self-reliant country, whether it be making the personal protective equipment here in Barbados, as well as the needles. And something also that would have been touched on by the leader of the opposition business is the falling vaccination rate of children within Barbados. And again, this is something that all needs to be improved upon. However, as I would have mentioned at the beginning of this debate, we are gathered here today not to focus on the problems, but on the necessary solutions to improve the healthcare system in Barbados. And with that said, it is hard to combat against what we have presented in the resolution. In order to briefly explain and go through in terms of order, there is the need for an increased investment in agriculture and nutrition. As was mentioned before, there are already things being done, such as the sugar tax, which is 20%, and it was ultimately aimed at reducing the amount of sugar that is consumed in one sitting. And in addition to that, the actual government of Barbados has committed that by the end of 2025, there would be the removal of all foods that contain partially hydrogenated fats. And it is important that as we make unhealthy foods less accessible, once again, we need to make healthy foods more accessible. Of course, one of the ways that that could have been done is by having the initiative that was mentioned before in terms of having the breadfruit trees planted. But unfortunately, for whatever reason, it was unsuccessful. But one of the things that we can do successfully is to, as I mentioned before, slightly adjust the weed planting initiative. Instead of just planting shade trees, make it fruit trees within the secondary and primary schools, as well as tertiary educations as well. Because right now, children have a lot of access to the processed snacks. And what we need to provide is an alternative for them when they are at school for 8 hours a day. And that is why there is point A within the resolution. Point B in the resolution is looking at an enhanced technological integration within the healthcare system. Paper is a big part of creating records. And to be honest, it will never be the situation where we be completely digitized and there's no longer any paper. But what we do need is to have the digitization of the records that is being currently done by the government as well. Because as we would have seen earlier up this year, the archives was hit by a lightning strike, and that led to the loss of thousands of important records. Now, the QEH is highly unlikely to be struck by lightning, but if it was, they would be in the same situation. And then there are also the black belly sheep that run around the pasture. If they get inside, they could probably eat the paper as well, you know? But on a serious note, that is why there is the need for the digitization of the records, because you don't want to create a situation where the nurse may be putting on the same information but in an incorrect manner. They may have type A blood, but when the nurse writes it down, the patient ends up with type Z. In terms of point C in the resolution, we understand that Barbados relies on limited resources. And that is why we need to find new ways to generate revenue. And the most viable solution is to increase investment within the existing medical tourism industry. There already exists a number of small businesses within Barbados that offer such services, such as the fertility clinic, as well as a number of other small businesses which offer non-invasive procedures. So it doesn't have to start where we are offering advanced surgeries, but we have to start somewhere. And lastly, we have point D in the resolution, which I would argue is the most important and impactful point when it comes to healthcare reform. As it currently stands right now, we have a 40% nurse vacancy rate within the Caribbean, and that is not acceptable. But one of the things that we can do in order to reduce that nurse vacancy rate is that we first need to understand that we can't compete solely based on financial incentive, because a lot of the foreign companies that are acquiring our nurses, we could never offer the level of financial assistance that they can. But what we can improve is the working environment for these nurses. We can improve by including things such as child assistance, reward programs, as well as well-being initiatives. Because it is by investing in our nurses, not only from a financial incentive, but from a holistic approach in improving the working environment in which they exist, that it in turn improves the patient care, and builds a more resilient healthcare system. Now, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude and ask that we call for a vote for this resolution, I would implore the opposition to really think about what they are going to vote for. Are they going to vote to continue with the way that things currently are, or to vote for the way that things can be? And with that, Mr. Speaker, I am obliged, and I would also call that we call the vote for this motion to be passed within this honorable House.
Thank you, Leader of Government Business. It has been moved by the government that the resolution for today's National Youth Parliament debate, 26th of September 2024, be passed. By a show of hands, all in favor, please raise your right hand. At this point in time, we are voting, not too much cross-talking at this point. Clerk, so you have the number for those in favor? Order from the opposition side. Those not in favor of passing the resolution, please raise your left hand.
Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah, yeah, I understand, and it wouldn't make sense. However, it's kind of difficult to even get persons to come.
According to the voting, those in favor have it. The resolution is passed. Order.
Sir, in the interest of transparency, I would request that the clerks do call the roll and actually report the numbers to us that they have tallied just now. Thank you.
In the spirit of transparency, we will now call the roll of the speakers today. As I call your name, please indicate whether you are for or against. Simply say for or against when I call your name. Clerks, are you ready? Leader of Government Business, Kishon Waldron.
For.
Leader of the Opposition, Nathan Paul Simpson.
Against.
Prime Minister, Sarah Holder. Honorable Member Joshua Harris.
Against, sir.
Sorry, that's Leader of Opposition Business. Honorable Member Elisha Eiffel.
For.
Honorable Member Kishon Brewster.
Against.
Honorable Member Kishon Brewster. Against.
Against.
Honorable Member Zaria Sandiford. Honorable Member John Delaney.
Against.
Honorable Member Jashari Jules. Honorable Member Mika King.
Against.
Honorable Member Melissa Cumberbatch. Honorable Member Abigail Broom.
Against.
Honorable Member Nathaniel Nels.
Against.
Honorable Member Jadon Wilson. Honorable Member Arya Masco.
Against.
Honorable Member Dante Freeman. Honorable Member Alexander Enmore.
Against.
Honorable Member Davidson Griffith.
For.
Honorable Member Clareberry Rollock. Honorable Member Rashonda Clark.
For.
Honorable Member Zahara Richard. Richard. Honorable Member Leanna Griffith. Honorable Member Nikhil Neg.
Against.
Honorable Member Janica King.
For.
Honorable Member Terrence Richards.
Against.
Honorable Member Jaden Thorpe.
Abstain.
Honorable Member Charlene Ford.
Against.
Honorable Member Javier Young.
For.
Honorable Member Ariel Herwood. Ariel Herwood is absent.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member Joshua DePisa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For.
Thank you. Order as we wait for the clerk to tally. According to members of the clerk board, it is a tie. As the resolution has not passed due to the tie, we will consider it tabled for the next debate. Order. I would now like to recognize the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This afternoon, my task is pretty simple. I, first of all, would like to express my heartfelt thank you to everyone who contributed to today's debate, from both the opposition and the government. I also must thank the team from the QEH, namely Mr. Dr. Anthony Harris, who is the Director of Medical Services, Mrs. Ingrid Caddo-Rowe, Acting Director of Human Resources, Ms. Louise Bob, Director of Support Services, Mrs. Paula Abulo, Director of Engineering, and Dr. Neil Clark, Chief Executive Officer, and Dr. Corey Ford here. I don't see Dr. Corey Ford, but he would have been one of the presenters at our training sessions, and in his absence, we wish to thank him and everyone else who would have mentioned for their attendance and contribution. I also would like to thank the Director and the representative from the Drug Service, and also the Ministry of Youth, Sports, and Community Empowerment, the Permanent Secretary, Mr. Joy Adamson, the Principal Youth Development Officer, Mrs. Andrea Titus, the Director of Youth Affairs, Dr. Clifton Hunt, and Senior Hunt, and Senior Youth Commissioner O'Brien Smith for their unwavering commitment to youth development and this initiative. I would also like to thank Dr. Kenneth George for allowing us to be able to tour the polyclinic and the hospitals. And we also want to thank the staff of the Brantford State Polyclinic and the Winston Clark Polyclinic, mainly Ms. Mason, who was our tour guide, for their continued dedication. Last but not least, from all of us here, we wish to thank once again the Youth Parliament Committee chaired by Mrs. Mary Roberts, who has done once again an excellent job in hosting this debate. We also wish to acknowledge each and every one of us here, because without us, this would have not been possible. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few and brief remarks, I'm obliged to you.
I would like to move that this meeting be adjourned until our next debate in November.
The motion has been moved that we adjourn the National Youth Parliament session until our next debate, which will be in November. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those not in favor say nay. Nay. I believe the ayes have it. Ladies and gentlemen, have a wonderful afternoon. Thank you to the judges and those specially invited guests that would have taken their time to attend.